Dun, dun, dun. Hello, welcome. I was supposed to start this like an hour or two ago. I got really distracted replying to things on the garnet with the granite thing, like just replying to this stuff. So I did spend like an hour fucking around. Yeah, anyway, today I'm going to be implementing solid colored voxels because every time I tried to do it in the voxel sim here, which only needs like a color per voxel, I kept running into the issue. Like I need to make a texture that then has the colors, and so I went like, why don't I add like the ability to do solid colored voxels, and then you can, instead of providing a texture, just make this text bigger so I can read it. Instead of providing a texture like this that has your texture atlas, instead you can provide like a vector of colors, and then it'll pick the correct color that way. It seems like a good way of like doing simplistic voxel worlds without needing a texture for every voxel, even if they're just solid colors. That is going to require me to remember how the hell to do this. So I think this is the game, and then this is the game, and then we're going to go. Okay, so we're going to get the Voxels plugin. I really need to split this back into its own thing again. But anyway, I don't know how all this shit works. This is all very, very weird. Yeah. Where even is the shader? What have I done? It's simple shader. And simple shader loads what? Apparently weak handles. Okay, but okay, you. Okay. It doesn't like it at all. I don't know why my thing's decided that this is all invalid. I'm fairly sure if I go like cargo run, this should work. I'm gonna wait for it to compile. Anyway, so what we're gonna do is basically we're gonna add a different shader. So I guess we'll just make a new, and it's gonna be solid. It also, that's what it is. It needs the ability to actually change the shader based on the size of the chunk you give it. Because at the moment, if you pass it a chunk that's not smaller than the shader is configured for, it won't work. Because at the moment, it doesn't take into consideration the size of your chunk. It just goes, hey, like, I'm going to assume that you're less than 32 by 32, or like less than or equal to 32 by 32, and it works fine as long as you are. But if you're greater than that, it doesn't work. Anyway, solid. I guess Voxel. I should really make like a voxel vertex and a voxel fragment or something like that, because the vertex actually splits out this information, and it needs different information than my brain's supposed to. It needs different information like here than the other shaders do. The issue is that we didn't like instance IDs, and I don't know how to do instance stuff. So for now, we're just gonna pretend that none of this is happening. I don't even actually think I'm doing instance shading anyway, so it probably doesn't really matter. So we can paste this in here, and this is our vertex. What do you rely on? Voxel output. Okay. So voxel output is apparently a position, a world position, a world normal, a block type, and a scale. Okay. Which is an instance index. Do we actually use the instance index? Like, okay. Well, it's using the instance index. I just don't think I have access to set this data. Like, something tells me that I'm just using the standard rendering. I've learned a lot more about shaders, so I probably could get away with doing stuff. Fragment out. Let's just copy this because this is all like common stuff. Okay. So kind of wish you would stop complaining about everything. We have to bring in the mesh functions, which just outright yells at me. Okay, that's fine. So I have no idea what I've changed. Just update that. So apparently this is what's yelling at me a lot. I mean, I assume. Restart extension. Is it going to stop yelling at me about everything? Probably not. I need to go something like new folder dot vs code settings.json. Then we have to go back to the extension. I saw it. It was working. It was working. It was working. You. Now, question is, if I copy all of this and go back up to here and paste it all in, yeah, so we need to replace this 16 with the well, okay, well, the game runs and at like 300 FPS, so I don't know how I got faster, but okay. That's fine. What am I doing? Right, we should probably drop the Bevy version to 16. Same with Phoxels, it should be 16, because then I don't have to worry about specifically what version. And we're only up to 16.1. So then we're going to go to here and we go, hey, can you replace all instances of V15 with V 16.1? I assume this is going to work. I have no idea if it actually will, but... And then we question... it'll work, because like you say you will work, but like wait, what? Do I have a different spell checker, or did I just turn the spell checker off? I probably just turned it off. Okay, custom server path. If I don't care about that, custom imports. Okay. Yep. The question is, it doesn't seem to actually be working. Okay, but like, you're still yelling at me about this. Like, you're not actually working. Do I have to then restart it? Maybe. Can I restart? Now the answer is no. I don't think I've got a different one on. Pico. No, Erlen's even better. Tommel. No, it's a font. Yeah, Rust syntax. I mean, technically this could be doing it, but unlikely. So it's definitely that one drawing out. So I don't know why it's just not working. But anyway. Yeah, it just doesn't like it. I don't know why. Anyway. Mesh function, error, ref, error. Get work. Interesting. So like it's half working, it's just literally not doing the boot. Maybe I'm putting it in the wrong spot. Just not entirely obvious where I'm supposed to be putting it. So WGSL analyzer is yeah. So okay, custom imports supports directly in the flavor of Bevy shader preprocessing. You can define custom import snippets in the custom imports. Okay, if you prefer a URL with HTTP or a file scheme that resource will be downloaded and used, keep in mind that yes, but is this the right spot for that? I really have no idea. You enable like, I don't know if this is the right spot. duplicate key. Okay. Oh, remove the duplicate key. Interesting. It's just like not working. See, what's annoying me about it is it's literally like not even letting it thing, like it's not saying something, it's literally just not working. No overload given, found, expected. Wait, what? That's the vertex output. This is the vertex input. Okay. No overload of ampersand found for given argument found. You say expected one of. What do you mean? You found an integer, but you expected it not to be an integer. But that's a logical and, my dude. What is your complaint? Or I don't get it, because like, what do you mean the logical and doesn't work? No over length found for given argument found. Error expected one of. Okay. Well, it really doesn't like this. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with that. It's fucking weird. Alright. Let's go to library and let's like actually just, I guess, work on implementing the shader, I guess. Should probably make it a feature. Just for the fun of making things more complicated than they need to be. Solid color. And it requires nothing. And I'm going to say is a default feature. So. Anyway, solid color. Okay. So. I mean, technically, we should just like A and C and A and V. Now, I do wonder if I put this right at the top, maybe its problem is that it's explicitly checking right at the beginning for something. Nope. I don't know why it says it supports a feature that it like clearly does not support. Like, do I have to enable this somehow? I don't get it. Maybe it's this preprocessor. Like, do you let me see what these settings are? Like, can I go like ESL dot I'm also thinking enabled. My thought is I've probably got this in the wrong spot as well. Like there's a 95% chance that that's just wrong. So is it like F6? No, F1 settings. First off, it's SCTTI. Well, first off, apparently it's settings.json. I don't know if it's underscore. It's also that's a possibility. VS Code local workspace settings. Okay. preferences settings, code preferences settings. No, I want to. Okay, settings JS file. VS Code stores setting values in the settings JS file. This settings editor is used enables you to review and modify settings that are stored in the. You can also settings are written as JSON by settings. Yes, but where do they actually need to be? Okay. Okay. Okay, so there's no space. So dot VS code and then it's SCD. Okay. Okay. This one's grayed out, which means that it's not working. Does that mean that when I type in WGSL analyzer, okay, dot pre-process. Okay, so the only thing I have is shaded. Okay. These have names. Okay, so asset placeholder. No. Okay. Cache priming, completion, diagnostic. Whether to show native diagnostics. Okay. File exclude. Highlight related, hover. Oh, okay. Import. Group. Glob. Import group enabled. Okay, wait. Whenever, whether to allow import instant to merge new imports into single path glob imports. Inlay hints. Lens. Okay. Interesting. Well, maybe it's just gonna work now. I mean, obviously, as soon as I stop breaking everything. Are you gonna work now? The answer is apparently just no. So that's always fun. Yeah, I still don't get it because it's like it's yelling at me saying that this isn't allowed, but like I feel like I'm missing something. Okay. Move item up, move item down. See, the issue is that like it's not exactly clear on if you have to do something to enable imports. I would assume not, because you know, diagnostics, inlay hints. Restart the extension. Maybe it'll work now. Unlikely, but indexing a bunch of stuff. I think it's still, for some reason, thinking that's an I-32. Okay. I don't fucking get it. Okay, anyway, solid color. Lib. Mod solid color material. Maybe we should do this and this, and we should put it in its own. That's not what I wanted to do. You delete you, and when I do this, why are you okay? This. Okay, so now we have our solid color module. Again, no idea why the solid voxel thing is just having a fit, but okay. So let's go look at our simple shader and go, how the hell did we do this? So we implement a material, then there's overrides. We don't care about overrides. Implement material. So this is not what we want to do, because this is something. This is like just adding a standard material. We want to do the other one. What project was I doing that in? Now I have to open VS Code and go, what the hell project? I don't think it's any of these projects. It could be forest tile. Hexagon game? No. It definitely has a shade or whatever it is. So it's not NDGS. It's not going to be voxel sim. Bug test. So it's got to be forest tile. It's got to be in here that I like made my own. Wait. Why am I doing SDF inside of? That is even more confusing. Why have I done that? Anyway, one of these is not like the others. So it's somewhere. We've got shader buffers and shader colors and fucking declaring all sorts of shit. But this is the one, somewhere in here, we do something, and it's horrendous, whatever it is, that lets us actually render. So the render command, is it the phase? Like, what the hell? A vertex? Okay. It's just like we'll just copy this. And then we're just gonna pop over to not you. And we're gonna go into here and we're just gonna paste this in and go, this does something. Fuck knows what, but it does something that actually causes me to be able to do all sorts of stuff. What's the other thing that this needs? It needs something else. That's for sure. Custom from world custom phase pipeline. Go up and go, hey, when I stick this in, what the hell do you do? Oh god. Okay, so you initiate my shader plugin, which I assume is inside of shader. Okay. Extract component plugin, the SDF camera. Okay. Shape color, then extract, debug. Okay, update. We initialize some shader materials. And then inside the render app, we clear object data. Okay. Okay. Specialize render pipeline. Add a render command. Okay. This monstrosity here is also probably irrelevant. Okay. Okay. I don't know what any of this stuff does, but need to make a new folder. Yep. I'm just gonna paste it in here so that we can like read it without actually having to do anything. So we seem to be initializing this shader, and then this shader. What does this shader actually do? So there's some kind of render command, and I'm pretty sure somewhere there's like a weird sticking things together, and when we stick the render command in, the render command's a type that's actually a tuple, which is like a section of commands. Okay. Set item pipeline, draw custom phase item. Okay. Draw custom phase item command. I'm pretty sure that's what you add, yes? Extract somewhere. Add render command to the opaque 2D draw custom phase item commands. Okay. So I think what happens is that we add a render command in this thing and it does this, which is like you can then sequence things together. Okay. So first off, we need to be like plugin. And it's going to be our solid color voxel plugin. Okay, so does nothing right now. Specialized render pipeline. Custom phase pipeline. Okay. Now, this is in the render. So specialized render pipeline or custom phase pipeline. Yeah, I don't know what a fucking specialized. So can I just like have a normal render pipeline? Like, do I have to have a specialized render pipeline? I don't think I do. I feel like this is about letting you, like, because hence the key is like it's letting the MSAA come in and do stuff. Anyway. Okay. So maybe we should split off a module here immediately so that things don't get too cluttered. But that's kind of the issue at the moment, is there's a lot of stuff stacked into the same folder, so I have no goddamn idea what anything's doing. Did it actually finally update and let me do 4K? It is letting me do 4K. Lovely. It's also saying my bitrate is way too low for 4K. So maybe I should up that. It also doesn't even think I'm dropping that much, but anyway. Edit. Settings. Output bitrate. Okay, so that bumped up to 75. Anyway, so we need to like mod pipeline. Okay, great, module pipeline. Right, so here we're going to say we're going to struct any solid color. Okay, and then we need to import specialized render pipeline for solid color pipeline. Okay, what the hell is a specialized render pipeline? Type key equals MSAA. Multi-sample anti-aliasing. Sure. I don't know if that's relevant, but I don't think it tells me anything about this either. And it says specialized. And this is a render pipeline descriptor. Interesting. See, I don't think I need this because I'm not going to use MSAA. And therefore I'm just kind of wasting compute, like calculating something that I'm not actually using. Anyway, let's go to the shader and go, hey, when I call spec, you just do this. So what I can probably work out is that somewhere I probably need to specify something. Anyway, let's do that. Nah, we need to probably bring you in from somewhere. Import this. Okay. So label some. Okay, so this is solid color voxel. pipeline. Okay. And then, interesting. So we have like a layout, layout, and layout. So these layouts, what exactly are they? I have to track down the custom phase pipeline. Wherever I left that, somewhere in here. Yeah, so it has a shader 2D handle to a shader, okay, and then bind group layouts. Now I want to say that the bind group layout is like the actual shape of the material. So what we need to do is go something like in here. You need like a single thing for now. See, my concern here is that this layout here will probably need to contain the shader layout as well. The mesh layout, that's the one, mesh layout. And all that, like the Bevy view layout. Well, I guess the way to check that is go back here and go, I don't touch the Bevy view. Yeah, I don't touch the Bevy view. Okay, I make my own, I remember now. So we need to say that this is the voxel material layout, which is going to be a bind group layout, like that. Okay, sure, bind group layout. And then we come down here and we say self dot voxel material dot layout dot clone. Okay, so something like that. The layout of the bind groups for this plugin, for this pipeline. So I think I need the mesh pipeline as well. Maybe. Is there a specialized mesh pipeline? Specialized mesh. There is a specialized mesh pipeline. Can I the specialized mesh pipeline instead? But I don't know what the difference between it. Mesh vertex buffer layout. Okay, describes the layout of the mesh vertex in the GPU. At most, one copy of mesh vertex buffer layout ever exists in the GPU memory at once. Therefore, pairing these for equality requires only a single point of correction. Okay. Specialized mesh pipeline. Okay. Okay. My assumption is that this should work better. I actually don't know if it will, but can we like FN specialize, please? Okay, so you need to return either a render pipeline or specialized missing vertex attribute. Okay, so then you can just be like, okay, I guess. Oh, no. I think everything else is the same though, right? Like, so we said that you're a solid and your vertex layout. My concern is that I'm going to need to include like the Bevy basic layout and stuff like that, and I don't know how to get access to those. Label push. I don't know what a push constant is, so apparently that's staying empty. So we need the shader. So we need to say shader handle, right, which is a handle to a shader, like that. And then, you know. Okay. I don't know what the shaded depths are either. Entry point is vertex. Okay. And then buffers is vertex. Buffers. Vertex state. I mean, surely this would be the... This was the layout of the mesh. So, first off, you'd be U32. Step mode. Vertex, step mode is vertex. Okay. I think you would just be... Well... Yes, bring in the vertex format, and then we need to say that you are, in fact, a, U int 32. Okay, and then fragment shader, and then fragment. Target. Blend. Okay. So, why is this first off not throwing any errors? It's very confusing. Multi-sampling, MSC sample, mask 0, alpha 2. So my bigger question is, why are you not complaining? Okay, there we go. So you're saying that first off, these all need to be imported. So buffers. Okay. Fragment state. Color target state. Okay. Triangle strip. That seems wrong. I think you should be a triangle list, maybe. Okay. Okay. It's default. You also default. Multi-sampling. Okay. And then cannot find MMSAA. MSAA. Okay. We don't actually use the layout, which is kind of funny, but anyway. Solid color pipeline. Okay. So my question then becomes, if we came here and said like app.add plugin how did you work? You did something so first thing you did is you initialized that plugin, then you added these other things, and then you added a system, you loaded some assets. So we initialize the pipeline down here. So kind of like we're gonna go into the render app. Okay. So let's do this like this, and then we say like render app dot init resource. Yep. Does Bevy have examples for this? That's a good question. Bevy, so we need to initialize, and then it needs to be a specialized mesh pipeline. So we need to like import render app as well. So specialized mesh pipeline that is does this work? And then it's pipeline. It needs to be public. Okay. Hub. Okay. And then so we do this. And we say, hey, solid color pipeline. Wait, that's not how that works. No, it is. So you're missing a dine. Is this not how this works? Oh, that's how you were doing it. Render app. Is that not what you say? Specialized. Okay, so it's pipelines. Right. That initializes that. Yeah, so first thing you do is you say initialize the pipeline, the pipelines, and then we need to add a render command. So we go back to here and we go, hey, can you now render app add a render command, which is to opaque 3D, and we render command, and then so mod render. Then we go in here and we say hub type for solid render command equals unit for now, I think. And then we go here and we say, hey, can you go into render and say draw solid render command? Okay. So then we're gonna go lib and we're gonna go, when you add this plugin, sure. So that does that, and then I think it's probably going to immediately crash because I haven't actually done anything with that. We need to go here. We need to so something like fn finish self. Then we need to fucking. Oh wait. Then we need to say how do you do it? So we need to say like here here we can say hey render app. So buffer pipeline core bind group. Okay. I'm assuming we now go pipeline solid color pipeline. Now we need to go back to the pipeline and we need to import from world. Okay, can we please, for the love of God, bring in prelude? Like so. For solid pipeline. Okay, so okay, that is just very much incorrect. So we need to say something like let asset server, yeah, equal world resource asset server. And then we need to say let shader equal world asset server dot load. Can't just do that, can I? Because I have to do like a weird funky shit to be able to load it in, because there has to be a relative path and you suck. Okay, how solid vert voxel. So it's this one here, voxel. How do I actually load voxel? Oh, WGS. How? Okay. Load internal asset. Material plugin voxel material. Okay. So hilariously both the same, but you know. Alright, so we go back to here, we go, hey, can we say solid fragment shader, solid voxel shader, vertex shader. So we need to import this, except we need those to not be the same. So solid frag and solid vert. Just take both of those, go back to here, paste both of those in and say, hey, can we take this one and put it here, and take this one and put it here, and then go either way. Okay. I feel like I want to go load internal asset app, comma. Now, I feel like wherever I'm doing this needs to be the same like location. So is it simple shader? And simple shader is there. Okay, so I think the solid color voxel needs to be here. I think. Like that would make the most sense, but okay. Cannot read voxel square solid color solid. It's because it's called solid voxel. Well, to be honest, solid color makes so much more fucking sense. Okay. So now we're loading those. Now technically they're both the same, so you know, waste of fucking space. But anyway, we do this. We say, hey, when I say finish, is that okay? So in our pipeline, we're gonna say that the actually we don't even need the asset server. We can just can we return a solid color pipeline? We need access to the something render. Is it render device? I want to say. I have no idea though. Okay, shader handle is going to be super, and then solid vertex shader.clone. I don't think you need to clone, do you? Maybe, probably. I don't know. And then what do we need? We need what are you missing? Vertex material layout. Vertex material layout. Which is going to be as it server dot create bind group layout. I guess your voxel material, and your entries are nothing right now. Okay. Is not a resource apparently. Interesting. Okay. So I guess the color, the question with this is if I run it, does it crash? I don't think it will because it doesn't do anything. It adds this solid color Voxel plugin, but I don't actually know what it does. I don't think it does anything, to be honest. I think the render command is literally to do nothing, which is even funnier. So, okay. Well, the answer is it doesn't crash, which is a huge plus. So, I am curious if it's even actually doing anything. Okay, let's go back to you. Okay, so you initialize all the buffers and everything, which is good to know. And then you add, okay, add systems, SDF detect need clearing, okay, pre-clear, so configure set. So I think this is me, like, setting up data. Yeah, this is like me doing like extractions and stuff. So I'm assuming this is getting run. So we need to work out what this draw custom phase item commands is and work out exactly what that does. But I think that's kind of it. The render command will then do all those render commands. So it's where was it? Yeah, here. So core binding bind group. Okay, resource custom phase pipeline. So with these layouts, I don't know what this bind group stuff's about exactly. Somewhere in here, I think the render command. So draw custom item phase render command. So I'm assuming there's a draw mesh render command. And so all we need to do, so pass set vertex buffer. So what we need to do is we need to track down the, I guess the mesh pipeline, don't we? So if we go to like here and go, okay, so can I just go like, hello, mesh pipeline. Okay, mesh pipeline. We go here. We go somewhere in here. Get batch data. These are all your keys, and it is skin. And... okay, specialized mesh pipeline. Mesh pipeline key. Okay, specialized. Interesting. Okay, so let mute bind group layout self.get view layout. So group layout.push. Doing some funky stuff. got to be render. No, command. So it's got to be like the issue. Okay, no, it's going to be in the PBR, isn't it? Because this is all mesh related stuff, but the mesh doesn't actually do it. Right, the mesh doesn't do it. When does rendering a mesh command work? All right, I'm 90% sure inside a render there's like a PBR. Skin, so it's not going to be a shader, it's going to actually be so mesh fog, which means that we are that heavy PBR material, no, because that's standard material. Extract material, wireframe, and fog. Come on, material. Okay. Mesh material, render. Okay, wait. So, is it material plugin? No, is it? How do we do the simple shader? Material plugin. Okay. Material plugin. Oh, now we have to find plugin. When they implement plugin, surely the material plugin. Yeah. So we initialize our assets to register type, and then if shaders enable, add system shader. Okay. Right. Initialize. Ah. Oh, I almost had it. Okay. Material plugin. Plugin. All right. So we add a render command, which is in the shadow draw material, set item pipeline, set mesh view bind group expression, set mesh bind group expression. Okay, set material bind group, expression, draw mesh. I don't know what this set item pipeline does. Okay, so we need to go here and we go, hey, these are the things that we actually want. So so a render command that sets the pipeline for the cached render pipeline phase item. I don't know what this does. Render. Okay. Interesting. So this just seems to be doing pass set render pipeline. So it just sets the pipeline. Okay, that seems fine because I don't think that's doing anything. So where do we put our, is it render? Okay, so this is our, paste this in and then replace that with this, like so. And so we say set item pipeline, which we need to like import from here. And then we need to set material bind group to 0 and set material mesh bind group to 1. And then this is my bind group thing. Set material bind group. Okay. That's interesting. Draw mesh. Okay. So next we need to, I need to work out what I'm going to replace this with to be able to I don't know, get it to do something, I guess. I need like a struct that Voxel material. I guess bind group. Then we need to import something. What do you need to implement? Like a render command or something? Phase item. Render command. Okay. Something like this. Something like this. Render command for set voxel material bind group. And then I don't know, do we just like we need to make sure that we include this and this, and you don't need an set voxel bind group like this. So we need to make sure that we bring in the phase item, and then render just calls to do. Now P. What is a phase item? An item, entity of the renderer which will be drawn to a texture on or the screen as part of a render phase. The data required for rendering an entity is extracted from the main world in the extractor. This is then it has to be queued up for rendering during the render set queue by adding a corresponding phase item to the render phase. Okay, afterwards it will be sorted and rendered automatically in the render phase sort and render respectively. Phase items come in two flavors: binned and sorted. Binned phase items have a bin key which specifies which bin they're placed in. All items in the same bin are eligible to be batched together. Okay, the bin keys are sorted, but the individual bin items aren't. Binned phase items are good for opaque meshes in which the order of rendering isn't important. Generally, binned phase items are faster than sorted phase items. Sorted items, on the other hand, are placed into one large buffer, then sorted all at once. This is needed for transparent meshes which have to be sorted back to front to render with the painter's algorithm. These types of phase items are generally slower than binned ones. Okay. So, T view. But where did view come from? Where did entity come from? What is all this information? Can I say render command result failure not implemented? Okay. So parameters equals nothing. View query equals nothing. View equal nothing. Okay. Unity public. Like so. Alright. So this is gonna give us our render command, maybe? I feel like this is then gonna crash. Okay, so if I run this, no, it's not going to crash. Right, but it's just like not doing anything now, which is fun. Interesting. So I need to somehow queue things, I guess. I guess. Okay, so we should probably do something like mod material. Okay. we're going to do this, we're going to do this, we're going to say, okay, inside of material, we need something, how do I make a material? Simple shader. Type path. As bind group. Okay, so we need to do something like this, and it's gonna be like we call it like solid color material. That, and then we just need to make sure that we, you know, use Bevy prelude in the prelude. So, okay, so as bind group is its own thing, and not just block overrides is so okay, interesting. I mean, technically right now we don't want anything in this like that. Okay, so okay, are we getting here? Can we like, I don't think we are, because I don't think anything's nothing's rendering, so like nothing's queuing this to render. So we have to go back and we have to go to material plugin, work out exactly what we're going to do, render command result. So I'm pretty sure you just are going to set the right material. Yeah, so it's never getting here. So I guess we look at shader and go, how the hell? So you set bind group, set bind group, set bind group, set pixels, and then you draw 3 triangle, draw 1 triangle, pass. Yes. Okay, so that's all going to be done by drawing the mesh. But anyway, we do this, close it, and go, okay, so this requests stuff, and this requests stuff. How are we queuing things to be rendered? Alright, queue custom phase up. A render world system that queues the entity with custom rendering into the opaque render phase for each view. Okay. Draw function opaque. Read ID. Right. So let's go back up to here. Pipeline. Render. Okay. So I reckon this is where we would want to queue this. Something like this. So first off, fuck knows what it's doing. So if I just say this, we can track down this. So first off, we need to bring in prelude. So prelude like this. Right, bring in the prelude. So pipeline cache. I guess we have to bring in the pipeline cache. Custom phase pipeline. So that's going to be super pipeline, solid color pipeline. Okay. Opaque render phase. View binned render phase opaque. Okay. I assume. Right. So I think it's actually opaque 3D. I think I was doing some cheeky stuff with like that's from a something that, like, depending on if you got a feature enable it's 2D or 3D. So I'd call it opaque, and I was then bringing it in properly accordingly. Okay, drawers functions opaque 3D. Okay. Okay, specialized render pipeline. This isn't a specialized render pipeline. This is specialized mesh pipeline. Okay, and then it was a solid color pipeline. Okay, which means I can probably get rid of this now. Bit here. Okay. View. Weird. Extract view. So this is the views. Now, my question is, do I care? Well, you kind of need to leave it because I need to be able to see it to work out what exactly it was doing, but I don't think it was actually doing anything. So, what's our command called? Draw solid render command. Okay. So we get this, and we go, okay, so next tick, local tick. I think this is Bevy, like this tick. I don't actually know. Can we say like with camera? I don't fucking know how this works. I guess technically be with a camera 3D. Because we literally can't render on a not 3D camera. So that's fine. So we call mesh specialize. Then we go, what am I missing? I have to pass in a mesh vertex buffer layout ref. Now, where the hell do I get a mesh render vertex layout buffer ref? So I think we need to track down the material plugin again, wherever that thing happened to be. The voxel shader plugin. Yeah, material plugin. When I add material, what the hell do you do? You got a system extract mesh materials. Okay. Early swap material instances. Extract entities needing specialization. After extract cameras. Okay. Okay, extract. Right. So this is about getting them into the render world. Not exactly what we're doing, but also kind of important. Okay. We'll get to there. Okay, material. So wait, what? Mark meshes as changed if their materials changed. Okay. Check entities need specialization. Mark 3D meshes. Okay, that's it. Is it you? Need specialization. Query for entity. Change this mesh. Assets changed. Okay. Mesh material 3D. Local. Wait, what the fuck? Is this public? Okay. Entities. Okay. So do I have to initialize this resource? Interesting. Interesting. Okay. So we can like grab this function. Which I don't actually know what this function is doing. But we go here. We go here and we go, hey. Can I say render app? Wait, is it a render app? No, it was a snap. We go like app dot add underscore systems to, I don't know when it was. Okay, let's save. I need to track down the goddamn thing again. Material. Okay. When do you do it? So you check, and that's after make 3D meshes as changed if their assets have changed. Check entities need specialization. After asset event. Okay. This is in post update. Interesting. Mod. Okay, so post update. Need this. And then M is instead of mesh material. Is solid. No, it's material. Solid color material. Dot after. Okay. Too much shit token now. I can we just copy this.
Oh, dude.
Material. Render. No, it's mod. Yeah, mod. Okay, so we're just gonna go like this. Okay, so we have to check entity need import. No. Qualify. Except your material. Now I think you're going to complain because it's not a material. Extracted material. Yeah, okay. The trait bound material is not satisfied for the following. Okay. So I don't necessarily want to implement material though. I don't think you're actually using anything. Okay, so we need to make like a mod extract. Okay, except you can get rid of that, and instead of, my assumption is that you are probably the problem. So annoyingly, first off, you're not working, so mod. Use Bevy prelude. Okay, so mod. Okay, so except it's going to be extract. Okay, and then you don't take a material in. Like that, and then I've got insert enabled. Okay. I'm just gonna qualify. Okay. Mark has changed if material has changed. So go away. So extract doesn't work because first off, I'm assuming you need to be material, which means that we need to like we need to go like to lib here and be all like I don't know why I can't just implement material. I probably can just implement material. Anyway. Component. Voxel material. Which is then just a handle. T, which is then just a handle. Wait, handle to a T, which does mean that T needs to be that's it. I think that's it. And then we just need to no, not core path. Qualify. Okay, so we have a voxel material now. That does mean we're gonna. We still need to take an M, where M is an asset. M, where M is an asset. Like that, and then it's a voxel material M. Voxel material M. Voxel material M. I mean, bound is defined in more than one. Oh, no, M is an asset. Like this. There. as asset ID. So we need to go back to here and go import as asset ID for T, where T is an asset. I don't know if that's even correct. Anyway, not all traits implement. What do you mean? Okay. Not all traits implement missing asset. Missing asset. .id. God, that was confusing. All right. So qualify PBR. So at some point we need to initialize that material, whatever that resource. I assume. Like surely you initialize entities needing specialization M. A register type init. Okay. Init asset register type plugins. Render asset plugin. Up. Okay, bindings. Material. This plugin extract. Okay. Just gonna copy this stuff across. Paste it in here. Okay. Material. Voxel material. Wait, I think that's the wrong voxel material. Yes, that's definitely the wrong voxel material. Where did you pull it in? Yeah. Yeah, no. Voxel material. Material. Solid color material. Right. Can't find you in scope, so we need to qualify you as correct voxel material. And then I think you're going to say that it doesn't have reflect. Maybe? No? Ooh, okay, it doesn't have reflect. It means do reflect. Alright. Maybe? I don't know. Okay. Entity need extracting, so import that. And then it's for material, solid color material. Okay, so you need to like find this mark. Can I qualify that one too? So we need to track down this mark meshes as changed if the material has changed. So somewhere. Yep. So mark material has changed if. Okay. So weird. Like, why is this private and not just something that I can do? Extract here, make you hub. Except you're not a material, you're an asset. Seems like a bad idea. It's voxel. And also voxel. Yeah, okay. This feels oddly difficult to do. And then your extract. Okay, except your material, solid color material. Okay, so ambiguous. Oh, okay. Wait, what type annotation needed? Material, solid color material. Okay, so that should extract out to. I should extract all entities with the correct thing on them. So that's this. Okay, and then so we don't care if shadows are enabled because we're not doing shadows. So we initialize the resource until specialization ticks. So draw function shadow. Render material. Instructions.
Do you want tuner and rice?
So
Food. Or I'm gonna give Maria this.
so this adds all this the draw commands and then init resource specialized mesh pipeline material pipeline M. Okay, so okay, and so extract system.
Well, one of these updates.
Okay, so extract mesh materials and extract material. Okay. I
So
should.
what would you like for dinner?
If shadows enabled.
Huh?
So we
No,
add
I'm
system
not
render
having that.
not using mesh. Let's pre-pass enabled. Okay, so I feel like can I like lock you up here somehow? Can I like bring you somewhere else? No. Can I bring you over here and then like close all of these, and then we just have that one, and then like, I hope you're locked there now. Okay, good. That should make it easy to get back here. So then we can like specialize mesh. What the? Okay. So add systems. After you set all this stuff, extract schedule. So let's just copy this. Now we're gonna have to work out how we're gonna do this, but early swap material instances. Okay, remove. Okay, so and then render up. I don't know if this is going to work. Extract mesh materials. I don't know. I don't think this is going to work for one. Let's undo that. Okay. So first off, we're going to import this. Last sweep material instances. Okay. So what is this late sweep material instances? Remove mesh materials from when they're view material. Okay. So I don't think I need to care about this because I'm probably not. Okay. So we can probably get rid of that one because we don't have to care about that. So now we just need to work out this extract mesh materials. Damn it. Pull me somewhere else. Okay. extract mesh materials. Fills the render material instances. Main entity. Render material instance. What? Fills the render material instances resource from the meshes in the scene. Entity visibility material. If view visibility don't get. Okay. Material instances instanced insert. Okay. Okay, so let's do this then. Render material instances. This doesn't have a generic, so this is just a thing. Render material instance. Okay. Go back into extract. Let's put it down. Extract. So first off, you need to be an asset so that I can just do this. So we need to extract. Import that. We need to import this apparently. And then this is a voxel material and a voxel material. Okay. And then can't get it because it's fucking private. Is there any reason not to just fucking make it a material at this point? My annoyance is that if I make it a material, I'm pretty sure it sets too much shit up. So last changed it. Can I get access to it a different way? Apparently I can just insert it myself, okay. I don't think that's gonna work, but anyway. Can we qualify? And then you're gonna tell me that it's not allowed? No, okay. Well, maybe we should look what it does with it. Maybe we can just store it ourselves. So, let's just not do this. I'm assuming that this is just saying extract mesh material. What are you actually doing? Extract visibility voxel material. And then you're just inserting the ID and type. So you're just like making a list of all the currently visible ones. Okay. That seems fine. We got a material. Plug in, please. Extract entities needing specialization. So I'm curious if I've got this already in there. I'm going to go here. Okay, what the hell does this do? A bunch of stuff. So yeah, extract entities needing specialization after extract cameras. So we can qualify this as Bevy render extract cameras. And this is going to be material, solid color material, like that. And then I should be able to just comment this out, I think. This doesn't need a comma. Yeah. Okay. So now it's just saying that you can't find this because it's going to be under extract. Extract entity needing specialization. Here we go. Hello. So what are you actually doing? So entities needing specialization, extract, res, entities needing specialization. Okay. Entity specialization tick. Entity specialization tick. Okay. Removed mesh material component. Right. Specialized material pipeline cache. Specialized pre-pass material pipeline cache. Specialized, yeah, okay. View. Create extract view. System changed tick. Okay. What was this? Okay. Clean up any despawned entities. We do this first in case the removed materials are re-added the same frame, thus will appear both in the removed components list and has been added to the entity specialization collection when triggering the changed filter. Okay. For entity in removed read. See, get me. Okay. Okay. This seems needlessly complicated. I'm assuming this is a lot of like I'm doing stuff Bevy's way that's like unnecessarily like optimized for making sure that meshes don't get rendered improperly and we're not sending materials to the GPU all the time. So extract material. So this is anyway, M is actually a asset. Okay. Entity needs specialization. Okay. Just import this, please. Bevy. Okay. Entity specialization. Okay. Extract remove component. Oh. No, it's a voxel material M. Specialized material pipeline cache. It's a specialized mesh pipeline. Specialized mesh pipelines. The trait M not satisfied. That's because it's not that. It's super pipeline solid color pipeline. Is that how it works? Specialized material pipeline. I don't know if that's actually correct. And then we're not doing this. Extracted view, sure. I'll put extracted view and change tick. Okay. So yeah, view. Specialized material pipeline cache. Interesting. Extract entities need specialization. Okay, so what I'm concluding is I have no fucking idea what I'm doing. Let's just not do the whole caching and uncaching thing. Well then you don't do anything, do you? Because literally all you do is add it and remove it from the cache. Anyway. Yeah, I don't actually know what it's doing then. Sure, you can do absolutely nothing. So if you rec up here, we go plugin. So after that, render. Prepare material bind group. I think that's it. So this is all that's left. prepare material. Ah, God, this is confusing. Render asset source. Okay. So first up, we need to be like copy these two and like paste them. Maybe I put them in their own thing now. So first off, import render. Right, specialize mesh material. After prepare asset, prepare material. So prepare material, I think it's what? Render mesh. Select meshes from GPU. Set mesh material. Blacks. Okay. Okay. I don't think I care. Okay. Queue material. Okay, so we queue this. So this is prepare material. Or render set. I need to import render set. Okay. So that, yeah. Prepare material bind group and write material bind group buttons. Okay, so we need to work out what this prepare material actually is. Prepare assets, prepare material. I don't know what it's doing. So, to be honest, let's just comment this out. And let's add our own thing. So, do I have a render thing? Okay, so we need to say like render app dot add systems render. Like that. So we render. So specialized material meshes. I don't know what this does. Let's look what does specialized material meshes do? Record the retained IDs of all shadow views so that we can extract all pipeline IDs. Okay. View extract IDs. All views insert. I have no idea what this is doing. What the hell is this? Render visible entities. I don't. It's not making any sense to me. So we want to say, are these changed? No, we just like specialize. We need to, do this. Extract, like extract. Okay, it'd be like that, and then sure. To be honest, it probably just doesn't even need that. And then we're just gonna say dot in set render set prepare meshes. Okay. So I feel like it needs at least this. I don't know what a render mesh is, but I feel like it needs this at the very least. Then we're gonna do this. We're gonna do this. We're gonna go. Okay. Then we come here and we go. Then we need to queue material meshes. And this is going to be in underscore set render set Q meshes. Okay, and it's also an extract. So we're going to go to extract. We're going to say fm extract. So this does nothing right. It's literally going to do actually nothing, and then fn q meshes, material meshes, which is going to actually do something, just nothing for now. Right. So back here we go. What the hell is your problem? Something is private apparently. Both of those functions are private. Okay. So pub and pub. Right. So they don't do anything right now, which is fine. So that's this section, which again I don't really know what it does, but anyway. Then in render we're gonna say prepare material bind groups and write material bind group buffers. After prepare asset, prepare material. Render set, prepare bind group. Okay, so I think we need to just take this thing. We just need to like put this up here to that. Comment this back in. Right. So first off, prepare material bind group and write material bind group buffers. They're chained. Okay. So then we're going to put extract in front of both of these, and then we're going to, I guess, copy both of these. Nope, don't cut. Copy. Okay. Okay. Again, they're not going to do anything for now because I just need to get to this point where I'm like fucking, I know what it's doing. Okay, so these functions all don't do anything. We got a mod, we go, okay. So I don't know what this prepare asset shit does. This system prepares all assets of the corresponding render asset source asset type which were extracted this frame for the GPU. What does it actually do? Extracted assets. Render assets. Prepare next frame. L seems very complicated. Okay, so we have to track down the actual material. And when you go plug it and go, what the hell do you actually do? So extract meshes, I don't know what it does. Yeah, well, what does extract mesh material do? Render material instances. Okay. Again, no fucking clue. What the hell? Right. So down here. Okay. Specialized mesh materials. Don't know what it does. Q mesh materials. Material meshes. Q material meshes just does some fancy stuff, and at the end, I assume you call like distance, transparent phase, add. Where's the opaque? Opaque. If material render method deferred, opaque, update cache visibility, cache bin key, none, batch key. Okay. So this, I think, is what we're actually doing. This is where we actually specify what needs to be rendered. And I'm assuming it does something to cache it and make it faster, but we're not doing that because I literally cannot work it out. The life of me at the moment. Alright, anyway. We're here, okay. So that's what cues it to run. So it's just this prepare material bind groups and write material bind groups that I need to work out. So prepare, allocator, Material bind group allocator. Non-bind. Okay. And then prepare bind group, and then render device, fallback resource, fallback image. Okay. Prepare bind groups. Allocator, prepare bind groups. Wait, what? Recreates any bind groups corresponding to slabs that have been modified since last call to prepare bind groups. What? What? Okay. But like at no point do you use M, do you? Oh no, there you go. Material bind group allocator is okay. Bind groups, vec, optional material bind. One bindless bind group. Okay. A map for material bind group index to the bind group allocated in each slot. Okay. Bind group that earlier need to be prepared. Okay. List of free bind group indices. Fuck knows what it's doing. Okay. Right. So prepare and then what? Right. Allocate a right buffers. Yeah, this fucking doesn't make any sense. Close. What did I do? Go away. Right. So, write material binders, prepare material binders. I'm assuming it's doing like a bunch of batching and rendering and something, I don't know. So, I still don't quite understand what specializing the material does, so we'll have another look in there and see if I can work out, clean some fucking... no, specialize mesh material. So, what the hell do you do? Record the render ID of all shots. So, I have no idea what this does. I'm assuming it's not applicable to what I'm doing because I don't actually specialize anything. I think the specializing is all about like setting things up for like if you've got shadows as an optional thing, you can specialize so that you can only turn shadows on when shadows are needed. Extract entities needing specialization. Entities needing specialization. Mark meshes as changed in the material change. Okay. Entity specialization took. My question is, when exactly do you extract the meshes? I'm assuming you don't, because you extract mesh materials, specialized mesh materials, bind group render phase. I'm assuming you don't touch it, because if everything did that, then well, this is in prepare meshes. Do you at all request render assets, render mesh? Okay. What do you actually use this for though? Visible entity. View specialization material pipeline cache. Get visible entity. Okay, that's some mesh. Continue. Material bind group equals material bind group allocated get material dot bind group binding dot group. Okay. Mesh pipeline key bits. Mesh key, okay. Light map render view. Oh, what did you do with the mesh? Wait. Bits, okay. Do we ever use the mesh again? Mesh.layout. We call pipeline specialize. Well, I guess that's where we get our mesh layout from. Interesting. Okay, I'm extract entities needing specialization. You see, I'm not really following. So, Q material meshes. Maybe we should just go to the queue. I don't know how to extract the material. It's all very bad. Okay. These are terrible. Cute. So render materials. Store all GPU. Okay, render mesh instances. The set of information needs is to... Okay. Does all existent instances of all material in the render world. Okay. Mesh allocator. Okay. Opaque render phase. Specialized material publication. You do all this stuff. I don't get it. So opaque phase add bin key. Opaque 3D bin key. Render entity, visible entity. input uniform index. Where do you get mesh instance from? Phase. Mesh instance. Should batch. Where did you get the current change tick from? Why did you need the current change tick? Okay. So when did you get the mesh instance? Random mesh. It contains random mesh key data for a given entity. Hasn't it? Okay. We need that. Which we do visible entity. Render entity. So what do we actually need to queue rendering anything? So mesh allocator. I don't think we need that information though. Okay, so to do opaque, material, properties, render method. Okay. Prepared material. I don't think I'm doing that. Which batch key? Right, index slab. So that means we need access to you, which is the mesh allocator. Which is the mesh instance. So we need the mesh allocator and the render mesh instance. Fucking no idea what this is. So I need those two. Okay. Mesh allocator qualify. Qualify. Oh, I don't know what the fuck I did there. Qualify. Okay, so we have those two. Okay, where did you come from? Okay, opaque phase. We need the opaque phase. Where did the opaque phase come from? Okay, so we use right opaque. Specialized material. We need that one. Render material. I don't know where this tick came from, but anyway, copy this. Here we go. Paste this in. We're gonna go get rid of not you. Anything that's not opaque, because we're only doing opaque for now. Okay. GPU. So qualify that. You can import that one. You can, I guess, import that one. And render, import that one. Okay, so, the very thing we do is we go, retain view entity. The entity in the main world corresponding to the rendered view. Okay, so let's do this one. So all views. Okay, so we iterate through all views. We're gonna go let some opaque render view. Okay. Let some opaque equals. Else continue. Opaque phase. Right, I think. View.retain view entity. Okay, so I think what this is saying is this the render phase for this view? Okay. Let specialized mesh pipeline cache dot retain view entity. So that tells me that you can specialize for a specific camera, like so that a view can be specialized. Specialized material view pipeline cache. Okay. I don't know if that matters. Rangefinder. There was for entity in. Okay, so this is for every visible entity, and that's all we do. Okay, so paste this here. So this is for each view camera, right? For each entity, the view can see that has our mesh. Okay. Something like that. Okay. Okay. Or okay, quick. So what do you do? So you check current change check pipeline specialized material pipeline cache. So what is this specialized pipeline cache? Whether retain view specialized material. Oh god, stores the specialized material view pipeline cache for each view. Yes, but what does that actually translate to in terms of what am I actually getting out of it? Current change tick. Pipeline ID. View specialized material pipeline cache. Not get. Visible entity. Current change tick. Pipeline ID. Okay, map. Okay, so it just dereferences them both. Cached render pipeline ID. I don't know if I need that. Okay, skip the entity if it's cached in a bin and up to date. Okay. Opaque phase dot visible validate cached entity. We need the visible entity and the current change tick. Okay, so we are going to need this cache fucking thing. Specialized material pipeline cache. Is there a not theme lob? I'm also confused how this works without a mutual reference. Anyway, so if we just put that there, and then we say, you're going to be busy because you need to qualify. You're going to say that you need a material, aren't you? Right. No, apparently not. View entity, but you okay. So apparently the answer to that one is you don't care. And then assuming M, we'll go back to you. M in the specific situation M is the material, right? M is, yeah. So, so M here is the material. Okay. So we can say that this is color super material, solid color material. Right. Apparently that just works. So that makes very little sense to me. But anyway, we're gonna say let's current change tick pipeline ID equals specialized review pipeline. Cannot find. Wait, what? Did I copy that wrong, or is this actually just? Oh, because we have to do this first. So this is the cache. Then we specialize material pipeline get, and then look for the specific view that we're in. So. Get opaque phase for the view. Get pipeline cache for the view. Get page render pipeline ID. Get entity out of cache. Question mark? I think that's what it's doing. And then we move on and we go, okay, so right, that's it. Skip the entity if it's cached in the bin and up to date. Okay. Well, at least Bevy was kind enough to give me a fucking thing. Alpha mask phase, which we're not doing. So skip it if it's already being. Okay, material instance. Render material instance. Asset ID. I don't know what this does. Material asset ID. Material. Try typing. Okay, so this takes in. What even is this? Random. Okay. So you take the asset ID, you try and type it, and okay. So then we go mesh instance, random mesh instance, random mesh queue, and then material, random material get material ID. Yeah, asset. Okay, so this is doing some kind of weirdness, but anyway, we need the mesh instance, obviously. I'm concerned about this because this seems overly. Fetch the slab this mesh resides in. Okay. Okay. So mesh instance. So get the mesh instance for this entity. Okay. Get the slab. Fetch the slab that. Okay. So. Render face material properties. Render face type. If material properties render method. Okay. So then we have to do this. And that's it. Okay. So I guess we'll qualify you. So interesting. So we need to come up with some kind of draw function ID somehow. And material bind group 0. Okay. And so let's do the opaque key. And then render bin should batch. Okay. So draw function. How do we get a draw function? Now, something tells me that when I go into this shader, have a look. This gets its draw function. Somehow. Q. So draw custom item face, opaque draw function. Right. I think we can get the draw function that way. Because I think it's always going to be the same draw function. Not entirely sure. So, and I have no idea what the fuck's going on. Opaque 3D. Draw functions. Right. And then we can say, let draw function ID equals opaque draw functions dot get. Apparently that's not correct. Dot read dot ID. Dot read dot ID, and then we pass in the draw function, which is I want to say it's super render. Okay, draw function. Draw function ID. Okay, material bind group index. Okay, material bind group index. Material bind group index. I want to say this is 2. The ID of the bind group specific to the material instance. In the case of PBR, this is material bind group index. I don't understand. Some 2? Is that correct? I don't know. The question is, will this crash? I don't think it's going to do anything. I know what you're doing. Material bind group index. Okay, so apparently none will work. I don't know. We should probably start with none then, because according to that, none will work. Flat map slab, none, vertex slab, default, index slab. Interesting. So, first things first, we have to like comment this whole thing out so that it stops complaining. So I don't think this is actually going to run at all, because Q material mesh. So what I need to do is I need to go back to the example game and I need to make sure that we actually like no textures. Somewhere we spawn something. Okay, I need to do something. So where is it? Probably in map. Hello map. Can I say this is inserting a resource. This is just generating the map. This isn't actually the function that spawns the map. Chunk ID, something new. Spawn world. So apparently it's only 1 layer thick, which means we get to do a little fun thing of being like, can we spawn this? Like this. Okay. Except we want to say 0, 0, 3 maybe? I don't know. Okay. Except instead of doing a mesh material, I'm going to say a voxel, Voxels voxel material, which I don't think I made public, so I can't access it. Lib. Pub. Okay. So. Okay. So Voxels, voxel material, right? And then we probably want to bring in res mute voxel solid color. Res mute voxels. It's the assets. Voxels is prelude solid color material. Okay. So to go back to our material here. Okay. So we go back to lib, we need to go to wherever our prelude is. I don't remember prelude. Pub use crate, solid color material. I've got voxels material. So we need to make you public. Okay, like that. And then we also need to make sure that our prelude is behind a feature flag. Yep. So it should work now. That's because it's solid color box. Alright. So we should now be able to go here. Go solid color dot add that. Okay, so that should spawn one in. I don't think I'm extracting the component, which means that there's no way for it to know that it needs to render it, and I don't really care at this point because I want to see what it does first. Let's go run and go, hey, are you gonna like crash on me? Hopefully it won't. It shouldn't. God, dropped so many frames. Okay. Oh, okay. Process did not accept. Command Q has an unapplied command being dropped. Okay. What crashed though? Resource does not exist. Resource entity. Res entities. Entity specialization ticks. Okay. So what was supposed to be doing that and what is using that? Entity specialization tick. Who's actually touching that? You. And you don't actually do anything, so extract entity needs specialization. Go away. You don't do anything. Maybe I should just comment it out. Okay, and then you're also the same, so entity specialization tick. Where is this? Oh, this is that material. This is the one. This is fine. Okay. Okay, so it's still panicked. Panicked in apparently a significantly worse way, which is fun. What the hell went wrong this time? So panicked. Q mesh material properties resource. Failed validation. Resource does not exist. That one. Specialized. material pipeline cache. Okay. Do I need to initialize that? Is that a me responsibility? Okay. So I'm assuming that goes into here, and then in the render world. Huh. Yeah, it would help if I used the right one in. I'm assuming it's that. When I initialize you, you're from world. I'm assuming you're from world? No. How the hell do I initialize that? Specialized pipelines. Because you have default. So the question then becomes specialized mesh pipelines. I'm assuming you're just the same thing. Yeah. Okay. So this is just specialized mesh pipelines. No, well, that was correct anyway. This. Where was it? Mesh. Render? No, render. Nope. Can we just maybe just import it properly? Specialized. Why are you not liking this? Specialized mesh pipeline. Okay, I think that's probably what's happening. So solid color pipeline. Is it like that? Okay. No. Wait, no method get. Okay, so it's something else. So we say like specialized pipeline cache dot added specialize. No. Okay. Okay. Right. So specialized material cache. Then you have a nothing on you. Okay, so that works fine, and then we come back here and you back there. Okay. Can we just import this one too? Let me like dot get. Was it a reference to is it visible entity? I think I don't remember what was there. Yeah, a little bit over this, but whatever. Plug in. Oh. Plug in. Okay. Where the fuck is it? Q material mesh. What the hell is it called? Render mesh something. Okay. So now I had it right. Paste that back. Okay. And apparently not even mutable, which makes me go, why you res mute that? Anyway. Can you not? Okay, well, we at least have the pipeline in existence now. So let's find out if it crashes this time. I don't know if it's gonna work. Come on. Okay. Well, it didn't crash, which this is good. It's still, like, again, not trying to render anything, but I think that's because I'm not actually extracting anything. So, like, what do we actually use to mark it as being renderable? Opaque view function. Right. I'm assuming at some point, view binned render phase. Yeah. Reference to the value convention kit. Okay, so remove mesh material component, edit specialized material pipeline cache. Okay, so that implies that we should return this back on. But then in this time, let's fix this to actually be the specialized material pipeline cache, like that. And I think that's probably where it's going wrong. So I don't know if this is actually doing what I think it's doing. But first off, this is specific to the thing. So let's just get rid of all this stuff. Material specialization tick. Okay, which is then solid color voxels. Yeah. Yes. And then we don't have an M. Right. Extract entities needs specialization. Okay. Specialized pre-pass material pipeline. Right, we don't need either of those because we're not doing it. Okay, entities need specialization. I don't think I'm allowed to touch this. No, okay, maybe we can. Okay, well that seems to work. So, extract. So this is from above, which I think is you. And we don't need to pass you this anymore. Okay. So I'm assuming you're going to yell at me because entity specialization ticks. I don't think we've initialized this. So specialized mesh material pipeline cache. Okay. And that's just kind of it. Okay. So we need like render app. I just get rid of this. Yeah. Init resource. We need this one. Like so. We need to qualify PBR entity specialization tick. Okay. So we do that. Remove components. Specialized material. Okay, so that exists, that exists, and then this adds them to that. Okay. I assume this is. I think it should be. I think it's got printing something when it gets there, but I don't actually know if it's going to do anything. Again, we are running into the small issue. We don't actually tell it to extract the thing that it's supposed to be extracting. But the nice thing with that is I don't actually think I ever tell it. So this is queuing the meshes. And how do we actually filter which mesh is to be queued? I think it's just anything with a mesh. That also shows up in that, right? Which is this, which you need, entities need specialization. So we need to populate this, because I think that's what we do. We, entity needs specialization, yeah, okay. So somewhere, view, right, check entities need specialization. And again, let's get rid of this. And then we need to say this is actually just solid color voxels. And this is also just, can we get rid of all instances of M? With solid color voxels. Okay, cool. So, in theory, that will now extract all solid colored voxels. My question is it actually extracting it? And I don't know. Mark mesh has changed. Okay, so we don't care about that one. If the material changed. Ambiguous all. Okay, extract. Check entities needs specialization. All right. Okay. So my question now becomes, are we actually doing anything? So first off, let's just start logging stuff. Info. So queue the view. Except it'll be visible entity. No. View dot. What do we have access to? I don't know. Can we just like I equals 0? I. Cool. I plus equals 1. Plus equals 1. Okay. So this will at least tell me how many views I'm rendering. So we need to go here and be like one, no opaque view. Okay, so maybe do that at the end. Okay. So one no specialized mesh pipeline cache view, render entity, and then say one no pipeline for entity in view. Okay. Get mesh instance one no mesh instance. Okay, so when we run this, where the hell are we getting stuck? What's not happening? My suspicion is that maybe we're just not making pipeline specialization. I don't fucking know. Let me fit it in here. Okay, so what did it say? Queuing solid for view 0. No specialized material pipeline for cache. View 0. No specialized pipeline. No. Okay, where does it say no specialized material cache for view? Okay, so how do we do this? Get pipeline from cache. When do you specialize the view? When do you specialize the view? Is there something really obvious in the plugin? Mark mesh has changed if the material changed. Check entities need specialization. Check light entities need specialization. It could be done here. I don't think so though. See, you do it in here. Extract mesh material. Extract entity need specialization. Swap early swap material instances. Okay, I think this is just fancy stuff. Extract mesh materials. Fills meshes in the scope. Fills the random mesh instances resource with the materials in the scope. Okay. So we'll have to do that later, but not right now. Extract schedule. So extract entity. Okay. So specialize mesh materials. and then cue the material. So, and are these chained? No. But they're in different sets. So, prepare meshes. And then, so this is material preparing and branding. So it's got to be in here. This has got to be when render mesh instance somewhere one of these. Material bind group specialization. Okay. Specialized mesh pipelines. How, when, what? What? Record the retained ID of all shadow views so we can spiral ones. So which okay, specialized material pipeline cache. Okay. So what do we actually do with this? We say get and then visible entity. Tick, okay. Needs specialization. Is none or tick. If not, needs specialization. Render meshes. Get. So data. Specialized material meshes. So that key, material pipeline key, mesh key, bind group, material bind group, get extra data, bind group dot slot. What do we actually do with it? Okay, so let's just take this whole thing then. Go back to here and go, let's just paste it at the bottom. So first off, we have to track down what the fuck is going wrong. So material bind group allocator, view bind group, render phases, view bin render phases. So I don't think we need all of this stuff. Right. So render assets. I don't think we want this. So let's go to that. And then you'd be solid color boxes. Except we don't want you because you seem to be, so you render meshes. Apparently render asset, render meshes. Prepare meshes, it's fine. Render mesh instance. Okay. Render material instance. I think we don't want this again. Light maps we can get rid of. And render visibility range. Okay, we can probably leave that one. These can all stay except material bind group allocator. I think I want to get rid of. Just because I don't really know what it does, and then I guess all of these we can get rid of as well. So only the opaque one actually does anything. Okay. Views, which is the views, and then the keys, which is the view key cache. Okay, and then entity specialized. Okay, so we probably need to import this like this. Entity specialization tick for color, solid color voxels. Yep, can do that for all those. Okay, so pipeline cache. Now data. Interesting. So material data. So first off, there is no M anymore, so we can give it a U. Okay, so pipeline cache we have to disqualify. Material pipeline. Okay, so this is the actual pipeline. So this is the solid color pipeline. Okay. then pipelines is a specialized mesh pipeline. I want to say it was actually a specialized material pipeline. Do we swap to? I don't remember. No. Material pipeline. Okay. No, so specialized mesh pipeline. Like that, and then it's solid color pipeline. Is not in scope. Okay, so qualify you. Like so. Cannot find solid color pipeline in scope. Okay. What? No, solid color. Give me. Okay. Specialized material pipeline cache. Okay. So can't find view specialization ticks. Okay. Let's import. No, I want to qualify it. Entity specialization tick. No. Wrong fucking button. Okay. View key. Apparently view key is defined multiple times, which is interesting. What the hell is your problem? So, specialized material. Okay, so you were the empty one. Okay, so something like that. Okay, can't find render assets. So qualify. Okay. Render mesh instances. Qualify. And these are the ranges. I don't know. Okay. So then we have to slowly go down. Okay, so first off, hash set. Qualify. Okay. Retained entity view. That one. Then fixed hash. I will also just import that one. Fucking import that one. Like that. Okay. And I think we can just get rid of this one. Alright. All views. So we record the retained ID of all shadow views so that we can expire old pipeline IDs. Don't know if I need that one. Transparent. And then the rest is like this. And we go, okay. So if opaque contains, okay. So if view is not in phase, continue. Okay. View key get. Okay. Get view key. Fucking know. Some tick specialize. Okay. So render material instance. So let's get rid of this because we're not really using it. Okay, material instance. Again, not using material instance. Not using material instance. Wait, what? No, that's a mesh instance. Never mind. Okay, render material. That's the bind group, and then the okay, mesh pipeline bits. No mesh pipeline bits again. Away. The mesh key is the view key, ordered with the mesh pipeline key bits retained, and mesh pipeline key bits. Okay, so mesh pipeline material. Okay, so can we just say that it's just a view key? Okay. Let light map or okay, so it's gonna get rid of that because we're not gonna do light. Render visibility ranges and here has cross fading visible regions. Okay. Mesh pipeline key. Let's import this one, I guess. Okay. material bind group. Okay, key. So mesh key, and then data bind group. Bind group data. Interesting. Material as bind group data. Okay, well, material as bind group data. Interesting. Material pipeline key. M as, so where M is a material. Interesting. So pipeline ID, and so you said pipeline. And this is the specialized mesh pipeline. We specialize, we pass in the key. We don't know what the key is yet. Material pipeline key. Okay, so first off, your key is just M something in multi-sample anti-aliasing. Off. Mesh.layout. The key can fuck right off because we don't actually use it. Then we do that and we go, okay. You're not really doing anything with any of this stuff, but you can do that. And then we go specialized material meshes. I don't know what it does, but sure. If I run this, what the fuck does it do? Who knows? Prints an error if it gets to there. It didn't like that because something specialized material pipeline case. Our validation resource does not exist. Okay, so we need to initialize material pipeline cache. Do we not already have a specialized material pipeline cache? How do we not have a specialized material pipeline cache? Okay, wait, so is it supposed to be solid color voxels? Is that what the problem is? That M is... Let's kind of break something else, because I'm pretty sure the other things are they're not though. Oh, they're not somewhere. They crashed. Yeah, so obviously my idiocy knows no bounds. So something. So solid color voxels. I think that's right because we're replacing M, and then that doesn't make sense to. Q material meshes. I don't know if this really makes any sense. It's still crashing. Need to find all instances of this. Except get rid of this bit. Get rid of this bit. And go, what do you mean? Solid color extract. Did I not save it? Can we go anywhere I've said solid color pipeline? Maybe I just didn't. No. So not you. Okay, I think that should work. Maybe. The issue is I don't know if I've flipped it around and I'm actually like overriding the ones that were correct. If we could just get back to not crashing. Nope. Okay. What do you fucking mean? No, not your error handler. Okay, let's fucking extract. Specialized material meshes. This one. Solid color voxels. No, no, you're correct. Okay, so it's because we don't have a solid, specialized. Right, wait, S is specialized mesh pipeline. Okay, so we have to go up here. We need to go, hey, when we initialize specialized material pipelines, can we initialize a specialized mesh pipeline and say solid, well, no, solid color pipeline? What do I call it? Solid color pipeline. We run that one now. Okay. Okay. No pipeline for entity. First off, why are there so many fucking entities? So, to get to not, like, you know, just print lots of shit. I also have no idea why it crashed. It didn't seem to have crashed, it just seems to have closed. So no pipeline for entity. Okay, so specialized material meshes, yeah. So, first off, extract entity needs specialization. So how the hell, because we're rewriting any entity that has mesh, right? Something mesh, mesh, 3, mesh. Well, it's probably just not in here. One of these definitely, it must be in render maybe? No, it's going to be an extract, it's going to be in Q. It was 100%, it's in Q. Now, which one of these is Q is a completely different question. Extracted. So, mark swings in a Q. Q mesh materials. Why does closing the top one close the whole thing? Anyway, mesh. So we need to visible entities with mesh 3D. Right, so obviously one of these is supposed to like skip it based on if it has the right. How do I filter that out though? So I'm assuming at some point it's supposed to have like a instance ID or a validate cached entity. This is not specific, is it? Yeah, this is just a fake, so we can't use that because that is incorrect. We could probably use this because I think you are, yeah. So view specialized material pipeline cache. And then we get a mesh instance. Again, we can't use the mesh instance because everything will have a mesh instance. Mesh slab. Okay, so this is kind of the only thing that we can use. So, first off, what the hell are you? Specialized mesh pipeline. So where's the other one? Extract entities under the specialization. Entities needing specialization. So I'm assuming it's just this is wrong. Okay. Check entities needing specialization. Q entity. Voxel materials, solid color. So my question is how the hell Voxel material. Okay, but I don't quite understand. So what are you saying? So no pipeline for entity. But surely you should have bailed out. Oh, okay, that is it bailing out. Right. So if we get rid of that, okay, so we panicked at something. Unwrapped on none. Entity tick. Where is this? Specialized mesh material. Entity specialization tick. Right, so this is where we need to go material instance and mesh instance. Material instance, material asset ID. So if we turn the material into material instance, render asset, prepared materials. So first off, I have to like import that because we've used it more than once now. So prepared material. Qualify you. A prepared material, just out of curiosity, has a binding properties, material properties. Render asset. Now, question. Render mode, alpha mode, mesh, pipeline, depth bias, reads, view, transfer, transmission texture. Material binding ID. The location of a material, either bindless or non-bindless with its slabs. Okay. So so information, material properties. Yeah. The issue is at the moment it doesn't really do anything. Okay, so it's not prepared material. We want to go here. I'm going to say struct render material. Pub the crate because I don't want other people to be able to get to this because it's, you know, and then we're going to come to here. We're going to say, hey, inside of this, it's super material, render material, like that. Okay. You apparently can't find that type. It's weird because it exists. Now, my assumption is that it needs to have something like the render asset. Okay, can we implement render asset for you? Import render asset for render. Okay. What the hell is a render asset? Describes how an asset gets extracted and prepared for rendering in the extract schedule step. Is transformed from the main world into the render world. After this render set prepare step, the expect is transferred into the GPU. It's representation of the type of render asset. Okay. Okay, so the type source asset is a solid color voxels. Okay. Params type Rooms is nothing, I think, because it doesn't actually do anything at the moment. Prepared asset, unload asset. Call when has been removed. You can implement this method if you need access to data via params in order to perform cleanup tasks when this asset is removed. Okay. Prepare asset. We just like go implementing members. This is the only one I have to do. What other members are there? Because this is actually interesting. So there's asset usage. Okay. Byte length. Size of the data the asset will upload to the GPU. Size a return value will always allow the asset to be throttled via. Okay. Unused variable. The parameter here are unused by the default implementation. However, putting underscores here will result in the underscores being copied by raster analyzer tab completion. Okay. And interesting. Right. So prepare asset. So prepare asset needs to return a result of self. Okay. Params. We have access to the params. And weirdly interesting. Asset ID. Source asset. Okay, so when we go to this, do we actually need access to the ID? Like, is the ID ever used? How to use it? You literally just say material is an asset ID typed else. Okay, what the hell is render material then? Okay. So I'm very confused. Okay, so right. So what the hell is a material instance? Okay. Stores all existent of all materials in the render world. Wait, what? Render material instance. Stores all extracted instances of all materials in the render world. Okay. How do we get access to? So, first off, am I allowed to populate you? What the fuck? Do I need to do this at some point? Like, what? What the hell does this? Like, what actually sets that up to be done, though? Okay. Simple shadow. Yeah. Yeah. But when do you like extract render asset plugin? Prepare material. Render asset plugin. This plugin extracts the changed assets from the app world into the render world and prepares them for the GPU. This can be accessed from the render assets. Okay. Resource. Therefore, if it sets up the extract schedule and prepare assets step schedule specified render asset. The after. Okay. So extract render assets. So my concern with this is that this material thing, prepared material, render asset, prepared material, raw function, material pipeline, Render material binding, param. But where is it? That's what I'm not understanding here. Is that okay. Where exactly does this render material instance come from? Stores all extracted instances of all materials in the renderer. Yes, but like, how are you actually propagated? Mesh material. Returns the mesh material ID for the entity with the given mesh, or a dummy mesh material ID if the mesh has not no material ID. Okay, mesh is always mesh is always almost always material, but it's not, it's very but in very specific involving custom pipelines they won't. See the specialization mesh pipeline example. Okay. But how? Extract mesh materials. Render material instances. Extract, query, view, mesh material 3D. We're back to needing a fucking material. I don't know why I don't just make it a material. I just don't. I just think it's going to end up rendering its fucking self. Okay, so so we need to go like here, and we need to like. I want to say it was main, like app.add plugin render resource plugin. No, what was it called? It's called render asset plugin. Okay. Where did it put it? But it grabs the render world, so that implies it must be. This is all very dumb. On my behalf, not Bevy's. I'm sure this all makes fucking perfect sense. So does that mean I need to go materials and be like render material? Like, is that how this works? Expected value, exactly. No, where does this come from? So A needs to be a render asset, okay. Bevy render, so don't tell me that because it's Bevy render plugin extract resource extract resource plugin, maybe. Is that what it's called? Nope. What? I don't get it. Okay. Can I just make it a material? I just want to cry now. Oh, it's solid color voxel. Hey, wait. What are you doing? Material. Is that it? Is it done? Material. Again. Solid color voxels. Do I do like default? What values do you hold? What secrets do you hold? Probably just pre-pass enabled, shadows enabled, debug flags. No, okay. No, just default. Okay. Now, my issue with that is I'm like 99% sure that you're going to try and render now. Like, if that makes sense. Material. No, I want to, where is the type material? That's right. So, material pipeline. Mesh vertex buffer layer. Ref, material pipeline layer. Okay. To be honest, I don't know. We now add that plugin and we cry as we extract the material. We go so we can get the material instance like this, and then solid color voxels. Because now we can replace this instead of doing this with add material, solid color. Binding properties. I have no idea if it's gonna work. Is it gonna? No. Random material instance. Oh, property is private. What? No. No. Don't do this to me. What the fuck can I do with the material instance? Why? Why is it private? Except I can't fucking turn it back. Do you like implement something that lets me? No, you have zero implementation. So you're like completely useless. Because I can't turn you into what I need to turn you into. Well, I mean, technically I can do this too. Except I'd need to... It's just got 10 times more fucking obnoxious. Okay, admittedly. we can come here and say, just get rid of this whole pipe. Doesn't exist anymore. And now we track down all the places where it's broken. And we say, hey, can we just like, yeah, don't bother registering that pipe. Next we go extract, do it up here. We go, what? Yeah, voxel material doesn't exist anymore. And once I remove voxel material, the stuff's gonna break. And then you need specialization.
What was that?
Phase hat number 50.
51, I think.
Extract entities need specialization. Kind of just want to get like no. And then we just try and track down. It's post update extract plugin. Materials on. I don't think this is even necessary. Again, this is all done by this plugin. Where I've been stealing it all from. Same with the rendering as well. I think this can go add we add the render command and then we add these two systems, which is, and these don't do anything, but this should specialize the mesh
Just press the button.
material. And this queues the mesh. This is not making any sense to me. Maybe we should go to better examples. And go, please for the love of God. Custom phase. Phase. Custom phase item. I don't know. Custom phase, custom render phase. I mean, that would be the smart way, isn't it? Okay. Alright. Back. Let's see how far we can undo. Oh, you can stay. I don't know what you're doing, but you can stay. Alright, so we need to come back to here. We need to go. Can you put that back? Yeah. So what were we doing? Roll this back. Don't do this. Okay. So what I'm thinking is that component on add is we can do this. We can go to this. We can say this, right? So it requires a visibility class, and then on add Bevy view, and then self. I guess I don't know what self that we actually want, but anyway. Where does this come from? Where is view coming from? View. So it's Bevy render view. Bevy render view. Add visibility class. So okay. So that should mean that when I go to wherever it was that I was going, I don't know if that's actually gonna help at all, to be honest. Here. Voxel material. Solid voxels. Let me just do that now. And at the very least, it should not try and render everything. I don't even know that was what was wrong. Like, at this point, I have no idea what's going on. Queuing solid color voxel or 0. So we just keep spewing that out, but not actually doing anything, which is interesting. So where are we stuck now? We're stuck in like render. Maybe? I don't even think we're stuck in render. I think we're stuck in extract. So it does something. It does something. It does something. We should probably be printing out the entity maybe. So info. Ooh, that's not correct. It should be voxel material solid color voxels. That has a material. Right, so what I want to do is move this info down to here. Go, is it getting here? The answer is apparently fuck no. Alright. Oh, nope. Nope. Queued solid okay. So it's getting to there. I mean, is it getting to here? Because what's confusing me is that it doesn't seem to be rendering anything. But like it does appear to be queuing the render, which in some regards makes even less sense. It also appears to be putting it like last in the queue, which means we have to wait for everything else to generate. So maybe I should make the map a little bit smaller. Speed that up a little bit. Chunk size, ground type, map size. Like this, like 5. So it's still big, but like, yeah. So what we've concluded is it's not getting to the queue. So why are you not getting to the queue? Oh, the slab can't be it. It can't be warning that, which means that the only place it can really be warn it's up to date. Okay. Now, that's not necessarily a bad thing. Well, wait, it is. Why would it not be rendering then? Do we have to do something to make it render? Make it queue? To make it run? What's going on here? So it's just printing continuously, it's up to date. Wait, is it still printing it continuously? I don't think it is. I think it's done doing that. Maybe it's because I'm not clicked on it anymore. Maybe because it's not in view. Okay. So it queued it. Wait. It queued it. That's alright. And so it puts it in the queue. Queuing solid colored voxel. Okay. Does that mean it's actually calling it? Okay. How do I know that it's... So that's correct. My issue with this is I don't see it. So my like, what do you mean? So it's doing something. It's doing something. Like it's there. No meshes. Okay. So when I look at it, it gets queued, right? Now it's not. So that's depressing. Oh, did I remove? I probably removed the fucking, yeah. Okay. So we should probably like again put that back. Info. Info. So my question is, does that mean it's running every time? Like, is it trying to render? Possibly, but why is it not printing anything? It's probably good. Oh, no, but it should be print line. Okay. So See, like I have a print line here. Render command. Can we say panic? And go, there's no way it's getting there because it would be printing something, I'm sure. Like, we would see it in the console. And we're definitely adding the render command, which is definitely calling this phase item. Did it do it? Did we find it? Yes. Okay. So why is it not actually rendering it? Why is it not actually rendering it? So first up, if we go into this shader, or I guess, wait, that would probably help. Because we need to go, hey map. Can you actually put it can you put it under the ground so that it actually, you know, -1? Because the issue with it being at 3 is that it's guaranteed to be above the ground, which means it's guaranteed to be in air, which means it's guaranteed not to have anything. It's guaranteed to not be solid, and therefore I won't see it when we get to the shader code, which admittedly should crash, but you know. Why is it not rendering it? Okay. It's still just not calling render on it. Why are you still just not calling render? It's adding it to the queue. What am I missing? Shader. Do you do anything special with it? Next tick. Opaque batch key, batch set key. Next tick. Okay. Okay. So I'm not entirely sure, but it could be that for some reason we're not. Can we also get it to print like the current change tick? Oh. Okay. Current. That changed. Right. Just want to see if because if the change tick's just if the tick's just always 0 or like always 1, then yeah, look, it's not going to work, is it? I don't know when I was supposed to increment the tick if it is, but okay, so the tick is in fact always the same. But that doesn't necessarily mean it's wrong, because maybe? I don't know. Where are you getting this current tick from? If I +1'd it. Oh wait, it wants a change tick, doesn't it? I'm not entirely sure. I think it should be fine because I think what that's saying is it's not changed. So maybe we should add like a little functionality to change it. So if we went to so if I said go to main and test, so this is going to take in a query mute hooks. Then you're going to query for mute voxel material solid color voxels, something like this. I'm going to say for chunk dot over what chunk dot changed set changed, right. Well, we also need the input, don't we? Input dot just pressed, not T, okay. F5, we'll say not just pressed F5, return. Okay. Well, if we add the system, app.add system update. Okay, and then just okay. We go over here, I'm gonna run. Here we go. Okay, test it. So when I hit F5, it should then change all the voxel materials, just so that the Bevy rebuilds the bin, and I want to see if the change tick changes. Why are you not allowed to do this? Because it's button. So what's throwing me is it doesn't seem to be getting to the render step, and I don't know why. And it doesn't seem to be throwing an error, because if it's throwing an error, I'm sure the other things. Okay. So when I hit F5. Okay. So the number can be changed. It's still not hitting the render tick because that would be panicking, but it is in fact changing something. So it's never getting to here. Why is it never getting to here? Set mesh bind group. So first up, set item pipeline. What the hell do you do? System param items pipeline cache. If let sum pipeline cache into inner get render pipeline item dot cached pipeline pass dot set render pipeline item cache pipeline. The ID of the render pipeline cache to the pipeline cache. This will be used to draw the phase item. Okay, so first off, if I go to render command, if I put my set voxel bind group material, if I put this at the top, does it panic as soon as or am I just not getting here? I'm starting to get suspicious that I'm doing something wrong with material wise. Nope. Okay, so so it's actually trying to render it. It's just failing early, I guess, which means something saying skip would be my guess. It really didn't like how I crashed that one. It's still stuck. Okay, so that means, so are you getting skipped? Because my suspicion is that if it's getting skipped, it doesn't oh god, it is crashed hard. Where did it go? Okay, no. My suspicion is if you're calling skip, which may be because it's not actually finding the cache pipeline, then it won't be rendering an error because it's being skipped, not, yeah, okay. So you are literally the only thing that's running, which means that we either succeed or we skip, which means that when we go to get your cached pipeline, it's not in the cache, which means we need to just put it in the cache, I guess. So extract when we queue it, when do we pick? How do we pick your pipeline? So batch key, opaque batch set key, pipeline ID. I'm assuming it's this one. Which is a specialized material pipeline cache .get visible entity. So view specialized material. So first off, can we? I think you're just like you're opaque. So I'll say it was render pipelines, isn't it? Render. So so it's literally just out of all the cached pipelines. So maybe I'm just not pipeline cache. So I'm maybe just not initializing the pipeline properly. So when you do it, you pull out the cached pipeline cache. View specialized material pipeline cache. Get. Okay. So can I print line? I'll info pipe line ID. Yep, that's correct. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. So just so I can see it. But where are you? Because you're the one that kicks out the ID. Where are you getting it from? You're coming from you, which is coming from you, which is you. Specialized material pipeline cache. Solid colored boxes. I don't know if that's correct, is what I'm starting to think here. So retained view entity, specialized material view pipeline cache. No, where do I use you specifically in here? When do I populate you? I think it's this specialized material meshes. No. Pipeline cache. Pipeline. Pipeline ID.
Fucking reversion.
But when do I put you in the cache? Obviously not here because it's immutable. Okay, so it's like 5 times these pipeline cache. Okay, so line cache. Okay, so there's only 2 times in the entire thing that I have pipeline cache. Right, what about in temp? Never. Okay. So when the hell do I... When exactly do I specialize a pipeline then? What fills a pipeline cache up? Maybe the cache is internal mutability material pipeline. No, render. Okay. So no, it's extract. Okay, so somewhere a regular pipeline cache. Somewhere. Yeah, pipeline cache. Do you have internal? Yes. Arc mutex. Okay. Cached pipeline. So does that mean that when we call not pipelines waiting pipeline new, when I call whatever function I call with you, I call pipeline.specialize. Okay. Specialize slow. Okay. So you take in cache. Entity. Get this deep. Cache.q render pipeline. There is no attempt to deduplicate it with already cached pipeline. Okay. So the script get render pipeline state. Something in this isn't working the way that I want it to. When I call specialize, it's spitting out a pipeline. It's just not. It's not keeping it. And it's about cleaning them up, so maybe it's just not working. So we get our pipeline idea and we call specialized pipe. It's still out. Okay. So why? Wait. You're not returning an error, are you? I mean, possibly. No, you'd be printing that if you were returning an error. So pipeline 18. Now, why can I not set pipeline 18? Question. So if I went to my render, I come up here and I went set item pipeline. And then we say, hey, get render pipeline. Get cached item got cached pipeline. Right. So I still don't know what item is. Cached. Yep, no. Get render pipeline. Okay. Maybe I should just make my own. So instead we're just gonna go because all you do is call set pipeline or whatever. So we go up to render. What's that? Don't set item pipeline. Just go here. And then you're going to put it back so I can copy everything that it does. So we need the S pipeline cache. So we need the pipeline cache. Let's bring that in. So then we have this, which is somewhere, so at param, and then we can go. Don't panic. So you take in the so fucking set. So we're gonna need a different S resource. So first off, it's something like how do you work first off? Go here. Just copy this. Copy this. Set render pipeline. Render pipeline. Okay. So okay. I just have to import this. Okay. Except I want you to be failing so I can see you. Okay. Item.cached pipeline. So we're not going to do that. We're going to say, okay, so if let some pipeline equals pipeline cache, which is you, I think. Pipeline cache. Okay. And there's our render pipeline. Then we're going to say, okay, so first off, I'm going to say let pipe and cache and ID equals application tuner, and then you're going to be a s res Can I just say solid color, solid color pipeline? How do I do that? There's like a way you can do this. How do I do this? How do I do this? How do I do this? Come on. Do it like this. Like, so I just get to do this now. It's just a thing that I can do. First off, get render pipeline. So can I just call pipeline? Solid. Specialize. Maybe then, well, apparently not. Okay, so I need to do something like I guess on init of the pipeline. I mean, I'm curious if I could just make it like a not a solid colored pipe. Can I just specialized render pipeline? And then what is your layout? I think we just get rid of this. And then you return something. If I just do this. Alright. It's gonna break a whole bunch of things. But now can we say right, and then we're going to say h equals world dot resource pipeline cache. Stop hitting the wrong fucking key. Okay, so we get the pipeline cache, and then can we say like cache dot pipeline q render pipeline? Insert a render pipeline to the cache, and q its creations. Pipeline is always inserted. Okay. Pipeline, and then can we return pipeline? Interesting. Can we make a different thing that just says hub struct solid color pipeline ID? I'm gonna say you're not a resource. You're the resource. And then you're a ID, which is a because it was a cached. Do that. Now I gotta find out what type you are. Go, hey, cached pipeline ID. Nope, don't. So we pipeline. We're here. We're here. Paste you in Do that. Cached pipeline ID. Scope, so we're going to bring you into scope. Okay. And then we can pass the pipeline in. What is it? It's a Q render pipeline descriptor. Pipeline.specialize. Can I go to your specialization and just say that you took in nothing as your key? Like that. Like that. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so we now do this to render our pipeline, to get our pipeline ID, and then down here, specialized mesh pipelines, render, not a resource. What do you mean? So, okay. First off, ID. What? No. Okay, put that in. Okay, so then we're going to say this, and then this is actually instead solid pipeline. ID. Go. Something like that. Right. And then it'll get the fucking thing, and then we say, hey, pass.set render. Okay, so that sets the pipeline. And we go, hey, so apparently it's not a specialized mesh pipeline anymore. I can get rid of this. Oh, you're yelling at me because these functions aren't going to work anymore. So pipelines and solid color pipeline. So first, a solid color pipeline thing. I'm going to go to pipelines too, and then we track them down, and we go. Surely all I was doing was getting the. Yeah, it's a pipeline ID. You can say, hey, can you by any chance just pipeline? It's a res ID. Okay. Import this. Thank you. And then we say, hey, pipeline.id. Okay, you're doing something weird with this. Okay, so can we just get rid of this then and just say, hey, pipeline. What did I fucking call it? Have I overwritten it somehow? No, it's called pipeline. Unless I'm going into a completely different function. Which I am in fact going into a completely different function. So leave that the fuck alone. So okay. Do that. Okay. Except I don't think I need the pipeline ID. I do. Okay. Where are you getting the pipeline ID? Except yeah, I don't use it here. So we take it down to this function, we go up. Come on, Tom. I don't even think we use the cache, do we? Well, we do, because the cache is where we're trying to get it from, but we're going to say pipeline ID. Pipeline ID.id. No, pipeline.id. Okay, so that should then make that pipeline the right pipeline. Don't know if this is going to do absolutely anything. ID, like that, because it's actually initializing the ID that then instantiates the... Okay, so that then instantiates the pipeline and sends that across to the renderer. And then we go, hey, like, are you actually making it to the next step? I don't know. I do not know. Cached pipeline ID. Okay. So you don't seem to be doing anything with this new fucking pipeline. printing a lot more. Why are you not render? So we set the render pipeline. I'm curious, do you actually require the pipeline to be set? Because maybe. Set offsets. Some layout count offset stuff push. Where are you getting offsets from? There, okay. Set bind group. Right. So I'm curious if setting bind group, like when we call set set pipeline or whatever, set render pipeline, pass.set pipeline. Okay, and then set pipeline, and then fucking just so much like calling into calling. What I'm trying to work out is, wait, first off, we don't do this anymore. Doing fucking something. I don't use the cache pipeline anymore. Okay, now we're getting an error, which is interesting because it's because it's spamming so much shit into the console, which is kind of funny. Error encountered when rendering phase not implemented. So what it's saying is when it's getting this and saying not implemented, that implies even though I put it in the fucking pipeline, it took it out, which tells me that I probably need to go wherever I was doing something that I just copied from Bevy, and what it's probably doing is clearing out the cache. It says it keeps track of all shadows so that it can clear the cache, all views. Let's see. That can record the retained IDs of all shadow views so that we can expire all pipeline IDs. What the fuck do you do? Delete specialized pipelines belonging to views that have expired. First off, we don't make new pipelines, so yes. What does it actually do? Retain specialized material pipeline cache dot retain. But like, what exactly is what's clearing it out? Like that's what's throwing me. Is something clearing it out? Like, do I have to fucking specialize the pipeline every tick? Okay. Pipeline cache. Is anything else using pipeline cache? Like, is it something fucking as stupid as the pipeline cache just needs to be initialized every single fucking frame? I mean, we could do that. When we say like, hey, let me specialize the fucking pipelines, because I don't think we do anything, right? When we work out contains key. View tick, specialized tick get. It's a mesh. Yep. I guess like when we get to the end here, we are like ish. Okay, makes me feel like I need to bring the pipeline back into being a resource. I really should be fucking going. Goddamn, I'm gonna have a shower. I wish this just fucking worked sometimes. So when you go, hey, when you're implementing from world, can we also fucking like okay. So can we like also make you like clone? Maybe? I don't know if you're clonable. Okay, cool. So then we can say, hey, like pipeline dots. Well, I guess technically we don't have to do this, do we? Sure. And then we say like world dot insert resource pipeline clone. Something like that. And then we go, hey, when we say extract, we get to the bottom here and we say, hey, like, go up. And I gotta go, hey, can you duplicate this? And then we're gonna say, this is actually the ID. And this is the pipeline. Right. Then we come down here and we say, hey, this is actually the pipeline ID. Okay. And then we're gonna go up here. And we're gonna say, hey, you're actually mute. I don't know if I need to do this. I feel like this is dumb because I feel like I'm going to do a lot of redundant stuff. Anyway, so I'm going to say like let or no, it's pipeline ID.id equals pipeline cache dot q render pipeline dot specialize. Is the issue that like every time we like the cache is cleared every frame or something? That could be what's happening. And so it's like you need to recreate the pipeline every frame. This seems really wasteful, but anyway. Nope. Now, what's more confusing about that is it's quite clearly not doing this. Specialized material missions. If I hit F5, it's different. So why is it not finding it? What do you mean? Like by definition, I just inserted it. Why is it then not able to find it? Okay, wait. So, that error equals pipeline cache dot get render state. Solid pipeline ID. What? Borrow of mood value. Okay. Let pipeline cache equal application inner, and you can fuck right off with that, and then there we go. Okay, and then we want to fucking print line error. Well, I guess we could have just put it here. No, because that needs to be a static stir. Okay, pipeline not ready. So I'm assuming you're gonna tell me if it was an error. I don't know. What is it saying? Okay, pipeline ID. Okay, so pipeline not ready. Creating task header scheduled false, running false, completed true, closed false, awaiting false, task true, ref count 0. Ref count 0? Wow, that doesn't make fucking sense. Um, what else could I call instead of Q? Get block on. Q render pipeline. Process Q. Okay, wait. Q render pipeline. Out equals. Can we say cache dot process queue? Well, apparently the answer is no. There's no reason I can't grab it mutably, you know. Maybe this will work, I don't know. Well, probably not because I'm immediately going to overwrite it, but you know. We'll see if it crashes or does anything. Because we can always just, you know, make it not make a new one every time. That's, you know, always an option. You know. Creating. Why is it never finishing? What are your fucking problem? Okay. You're spewing out a lot of garbage here, I think you. Pipeline not ready. Okay, shader import not yet available. That's interesting. Encountered when rendering. Can I maybe, can I say pipeline cache dot lock? My thing is I'm not creating it multiple times. I don't think I can do it like this. Maybe. Nope, one error. You can't do this because read-only system. Okay. So fuck you. So what is happening is my question. Render pipeline. I need to make you not mute. I don't care. So I can't block on it. Can I just get you to like? First off, I don't want to be making the pipeline every single time. Where the hell is it? Extract. Somewhere I'm like creating a pipeline every frame. Oh, I'm not. I'm creating a. So, is nobody calling it? Is that a problem? What's it saying? Queued. Pipeline not ready, queued. Shader import not yet available. Queued. Shader import not yet available. What do you mean shader import not yet available? If you don't mind me asking. Is it because I'm like I reckon it could be that because I'm doing it out of order. I mean, the shader may just not be loading. It's always a thing that could be happening. And like that, whatever it is. Now what is your problem? Here's an interesting thing. So that's got something to do, something to do with not temp solid. Where is it? Where the fuck am I? Pipeline. Okay, let's not process the queue. Let's just, you know, do that. Maybe it won't spew as much garbage out this time. So, it's saying that the shader imports aren't available. Now, it could be that my literal shaders are wrong. In the queued shader import not available. Shader import not yet available. But I'm not actually importing the shader anymore at the moment, unless I'm importing the wrong thing. Okay. So here's the thing. Can I like comment this entire thing out? And first up, oh, I don't know, I've done that. Is first up. Maybe make it really fucking stop and work on it tomorrow. Somewhere render. I should probably set this to skip so it stops. Just absolutely spamming the fuck out of the console. Okay, so what does it say? Handle error as fatal by default, which is invalid sample count. Error. Invalid sample count. Okay. So I'm thinking we gotta go vertex. So we can probably leave the types on because, you know, why not? I do feel like I just want to return position. Okay. And then we just want to go up and go like, hey, can we just grab fragment? Yeah. Do that. And do that. And go, hey. So why are you not running? Yeah, just return that. I need you to return okay. Why are you saying this isn't found in scope though? If vertex dot index what do you mean? What the fuck is your problem? It's right fucking there. Alright. Is it gonna, you know what this time? We just return the color white and we are currently just filling the screen. Okay, it really doesn't like this. But what is it actually saying? Something. Pipeline ID entity 7. Okay. Pipeline not ready. Error. Processing shader. Expected found. Expected equals found semicolon. Let's stop. Is position an innovative X4? It is. What do you mean? Where are you? Okay. Net position. Wait, what are you even reading? Am I just like being an idiot because I was just like, no, because it wouldn't have changed. I've definitely modified the right fucking thing. Pipeline. No, mod. Okay, solid color. Solid color. What the fuck do you mean? How is this? Okay, so let's rename you. Rename you like this. Like this, A, yeah. Wow, just leave the bottom stuff. Like everything else. Except I need that vertex. Okay. Now, when I run this, what are you gonna say? Okay. So first off, you just really don't like this. What is your problem? Okay. Let's start by like not doing. Can we? I think maybe the problem is that you don't like not having a value. Expected equals found semicolon. I'm sure you're allowed to do that, but anyway. Nope, still doesn't seem to think that's allowed. Unknown identifier. Okay. Default. Yeah, okay. Can we just say equals to 0? I don't get it. How does the other shader do it then? I mean, it's still in here, it's just at the top, I think. No. Here. Var. Var. No, it's this one. Var. Fucking stupid piece of shit. Come on, come on. Do the look on. Okay, didn't like that. Okay, so why didn't you like this? Okay, caused by in device. Create render pipeline label. Invalid sample count. Right. That's like a really early issue. One sample. Okay. Well, it still crashed. But it crashed at a different point. Okay. In render pass and the inset pipeline command, render pipeline targets are incompatible with render path. Incompatible sample count. The render path uses textures with sample counts of 4. Okay, so fuck you. MSAA. Wait. Where are you? Okay. Multi-sample anti-aliasing. Off. Dot samples. what the fuck does this return? Off returns 1. So that's actually kind of scary, because it's trying to say that with sample count, the render pass uses textures with sample count 4, but the render pipeline with solid color pipeline label uses attachments with the format 1. That's scary. Okay, so we have to default the 4 then, because if we don't default the 4, it's just gonna fucking crash again. How does Bevy know to turn it off then? It must be one of these up here somewhere. Oh, no, it crashed again. I was going to say at least it's not going to crash this time, but it did. Another 5 minutes, I'm going to call it a night. Work on this tomorrow. Okay. Assigned entity with binding 0 not found in... Okay, so multi-draw indirect count. The bind group layer with mesh view layout of current set bind group with mesh view bind group labeled at index 0 is not compatible with the current bind group layout. So, layout. Here's the thing. I think what I need is the mesh view. How do I? Okay, so specialized render pipeline. I need the standard material pipeline. I guess I don't know what it's fucking called. Fucking standard material. So we got a standard material, and then somewhere we're gonna be like, one of these has to say like fucking pipeline, pre-pass, lighting to cluster material, wireframe. Render command, pipe, line, wireframe, mesh pipeline. Okay, specialized mesh pipeline. You suck. Okay, so we have to go, hey, you're mesh pipeline. I guess you're from world. Dummy image mesh mesh pipeline. No, somewhere it has to fucking implement pipeline. Okay, look for the word specialized mesh pipeline. Layout, fucking layout. Bind group layout contains. Gotta be right at the bottom because it's the thing that it returns. Render pipeline descriptor. Vertex data defs. Shader def clone. Buffer layout. Color triangle layout. did this come from? Health. Mesh pipeline. Okay. So I have to try and work out the fucking where the view gets its goddamn fucking pipeline. Mesh bind group. View bind group. Mesh bind group. Where is this coming from? Mesh view. It's like one from the bottom. Item. P. Okay. View query. Read. Mm-hmm. Wait, what? No, that's something called render. Wait, what? I mean, technically correct. Hmm. View bind group and then mesh bind group. And then we say like self dot view bind group dot clone self dot mesh bind group dot clone. Okay, we do that, and then when we fucking instantiate you, how do I do this though? I don't know how to get a view fucking bind group. It's whatever this is. Mesh view bind group. Well, that's the actual bind group, but what is the... I find this somewhere else in here and be like, hey, there's your layout. Where did the layout come from? 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 Layout is mesh pipeline.get view layout. Fucking layout key. Okay, so we have to go like, if I just default mesh pipeline, okay, so if I said something like let mesh PL equal mesh pipeline default. Oh no, front world, we're gonna get bad. And And then we're going to say, first off, you get done that. Then it's view bind group is no dot view. Interesting. Can I get a specific one? No, apparently not. Are you just like not a thing that I can okay. Dot no. Dot get view layout. Mesh pipeline view layout key. I guess all. I don't know. Oh, what was the fucking thing doing? Mesh. Okay, it's definitely not standard material, thank you. What were you doing? Solid color. You okay, dot clone. Okay. And then can we just like instead be like let render device equals world.resource render device dot clone. Wait, where do we go? Oh, okay. So first off, it's funny. Okay, what the fuck did I do? How did I break it in like 2 seconds? Oh, it's because no, it's not this. It's device dot create. Actually, can we say mesh line dot mesh layouts dot model only? I want to say I don't know. Dot clone. Something tells me that model only is just literally going to be nothing. Model only layout. Layout entry. Single. Mesh uniform. Ah, okay. Cool. Model only will work then. Can I run this now? That it's actually going to be in the pipeline? Well, it's crashed, I'm sure of it, but like interestingly not immediately. Well, probably immediately, just because I was at the top. Okay. Come on. So, what are you saying? So you're saying that in draw command, multi-draw indirect count, the bind group layout with mesh view layout label of current set bind group with mesh view bind group label at index 0 is not compatible with. Okay. So pretty sure we're setting view at 0, mesh at 1, voxel at. So wait. Mesh view layout label of current set bind group with mesh view bind group label at index 0 is not compatible with the corresponding bind group layer, which with what? Okay, so first off, there's too many. Okay, mesh view bind group. You, and then you were doing this, which is mesh to bind group, and then when we were when you were being like made or whatever, where is it? Okay, your layout. How do we get you? It said mesh pipeline get view layout key, and the layout key has. Okay. So I don't think this is true. I think we want this. So we go to pipeline, and we go okay. So yeah, pipeline. When we go somewhere, we fucking set up the resource. Up here somewhere, I'm gonna fucking paste this in layout key. Pre-pass texture. Mesh pipeline view key out like from pre-pass texture. I'm gonna say no. And the MSAA samples 4 apparently. Okay, let me say multi-layout key. Alright, so fucking layout key. Okay, samples. No, sample. Layout key. So somewhere all. Don't say all, say layout key. Oh, so at the moment there's 2, 4, 6, 7. 7 more than there should be. We'll see if there's less. Okay, it still crashed. It's fucking doing my head in. Okay, so. Okay, wait, it's expected something to be set at 2, which is something I just didn't do. Right, render. We say, hey, so first off, we can just go raw solid. Okay, so not you. It's the pipeline. Can we just like say don't put the vertex material layout out now until we've got it rendering? Hello, you've caught me right at the end of the stream as I'm getting annoyed, and actually I've been getting annoyed all stream. This has just not been working. I don't understand what I'm doing with shaders, and so I end up like just broken doing shit that I'm not really supposed to be doing. Okay, so why the hell? Okay, so my question now is if I go back to you deal with this, go A, C, B, say A, B, A, comment. Oh, nope, now it's double commented. Go up to like here, comment that back in, comment this back in, comment all this back in. Okay, so now we question ourselves. You're welcome. I mean, I hope you genuinely are actually like enjoying it, and not just like a thanks for getting me into Rust, which is how I feel like right now. I do find it interesting, like watching YouTubers and stuff talk about Rust and whatnot, and I'm going like, there's a lot of people that like hate on Rust, where I'm like, because you're using it wrong. Like, I saw someone that was trying to shit talk like Rust being about hey, like, C's faster because it doesn't have implicit bounds checks, and I'm like, but, like you can turn them off in Rust to get the speed. But like in C, if you just don't know, they're just shooting a foot gun, and it's like, oh yeah, but it's faster. And it's like, but it's not. Like I agree with the statement that a lot of people have been making that like unsafe was the wrong name for what Rust is using unsafe for. It should be called like unchecked, because it's not actually unsafe. And thing is, you can just drop into unsafe for like 2 seconds, do something, and drop back out. Like if you just want to turn something off and on, but because it's called unsafe, people don't want to touch it and they're too scared. And it's like, yeah. What the hell's going on? I'm not really putting it. Why is it creating every frame? That's good. I've loved Rust ever since I found it, because I was doing C# before Rust, and I tried to learn C++ because my dad was doing Arduino stuff, and I was like, oh, like I can help. But no, fuck that. C++. I could not even work out how to make a string in C++. It's so fucking obnoxious. Yeah, I have no idea why my fucking... okay, okay. At least this is rendered. Why is it still not working? Queued, creating, task header, false, completed, true, waiting, false, task, ref count, metadata. It's not even like that. It's in unsafe. One, I think, like a lot of people miss is that, if I remember correctly, unsafe doesn't turn the borrow checker off. Like the borrow checker is still there, because the borrow checker just does not let you do certain things, because it's like they are never safe. What it does is it turns off certain aspects of it that let you do things, but it's like there's no additional undefined behavior, because that's the thing with Rust is undefined behavior by definition is just behavior that's not defined. And with C, a lot of it was like, well, what happens in this niche case? And like, I don't know, like it's we haven't thought about it, so it's just undefined. And then people started using it, and now it's like they can't define it because it's fucking like people are using it a certain way. Whereas Rust, they went like, no, like pointers can never be null. There's like C has null pointers, but Rust is like, no, like a pointer cannot be null. Null implies that you don't actually have a valid pointer. Like a pointer to null is not a thing, sort of thing. It's hard to explain because like I don't understand the nuance enough to explain it. But it's like Rust basically defined everything and said like there's like 5 things that are undefined in Rust, and that's it. Like that's everything else is defined. Whereas C, it's like they only defined like 5 things and everything else is undefined behavior, and from there it's like, well, they can't add anything because people are intentionally taking advantage of the bugs in. And then you end up with like other stuff. Is it Rust, again, because it's more modern and whatnot, has one compiler and that's it. Like there's no undefined behavior because there's no where these two, depending on which compiler you use. Whereas C, it's like depending on if you use I think it's GCC and Clang, depending on which one you use will change what some things do. And this means that like you end up with undefined behavior because depending on the compiler will do different things. And so there's lots of weird stuff like that where it's like, yeah, it's just undefined. Whereas dropping into unsafe doesn't actually undefine anything. It's my favorite one is like, because of the weird things, it's like unsafe. Unsafe. Like nothing is different between in here and out here. And theoretically, because I keep seeing like code bases like, oh, no unsafe, and it's like, but how are you doing it without unsafe? It's like, you know, at some point something has to call unsafe to get around certain things that you just can't do, unless they added it to the actual compiler. But like you do like this weird thing like here, like this, you know, like safety. Yeah. But like, yeah. But it's like most of the time when I'm using unsafe, like, I use it very rarely, but when I do use it, I just sort of drop into it for no reason. But it's almost always like let thing R equal this, R equals new R, and then it's like use R, fucking pass an immutable reference R, and it's like I just made I know it's safe. Like that's it. Like 90% of the time, it's like where I'm creating it, where I'm using it. It's like it's invalid because of the borrow checker to do it. But I was like, I can just do it. Like, and yeah, unsafe is great because it means that, like you said, it narrows down where you can fuck up certain types of issues. and you can find them really easily. Admittedly, you could just use it wrong. Like you could just declare something outside, use it inside, and fuck it up. But like most of the time, it's like, I just need to do this thing. I'm just going to drop into unsafe, do this thing, drop out unsafe. It's like, you can just do the shit you would do in C in unsafe. Like there's nothing like inherent to like that stops you from doing C dumb shit, except that the compiler will yell at you unless you explicitly tell it to fuck off. And I think like a lot of people, again, unsafe's a bad name for it. A lot of people think you can't get around it, when it's like, you can just do everything unchecked. At which point, why are you using Rust? But you could. And hence people go, you can't do it in Rust, but you can do it in C. It's like, no, you haven't learnt the shorthand to do it in Rust, so you think C is better. Way of explaining it, I don't know. Like, it's the same thing as like a lot of people that are talking about like how C++ is better than Rust. It's like, almost always, I've been using C++ for 30 years, so I can make software faster in C++ than I can in Rust. And I'm like, every year I do something in Rust, I'm like, man, when I first started out, I couldn't do this because I didn't know how to do it. Not because it was actually hard, like the amount of shit, like admittedly I've got worse at Rust, to be honest, but it's more because I keep trying to do things correctly, and the more I know, the worse I get at like having to try to do things correctly. But when I made my Minecraft clone, fucking, that was probably 2 years ago now, someone came in and said like, oh wait, you're really fluent, because I was like, they said, oh, can you make it, I want to say like, can you make it async, where like, well, not async, they're like, can you make the chunks generate in parallel? And I went, oh yeah. So I just like pulled in like a mutex and a fucking and an arc and a fucking and a read write lock or whatever I was doing, and pulled all this stuff in and just like did it in like half an hour. And oh wow, you're really fluent. I was like, well, it's not because I knew what I was doing, like I knew what I needed to grab, but now I'm like, I could do it in so much better of a way. Like, to be honest, the better way to do it is without locking everything. And then again, I still lock everything because it's pretty funny. But I explicitly go out of my way to be like, when I do it, like I make sure that I can like read the data in, crunch all the data. I let go of the lock before I crunch the data, and then I only grab the lock, write it, and that's it. Like the only time I hold a write lock is for the time I need to write. Like I don't grab a write lock because I'm going to write to it later. And it's that kind of shit that's like, it makes it so much easier to do that kind of stuff, but then you still end up in a deadlock, and it despises it. The big thing I found was that at the time WASM didn't like read write locks, so they I think worked until you hit something trying to write while something's trying to read, or something trying to read while something's trying to write, and then it's crashed. They didn't tell you that's why it was crashing. So it was like on the computer it didn't have a problem, on the WASM it didn't have a problem 90% of the time, but as soon as you did hit it's not a blocking condition, as soon as you hit a block it would stop, which to me, thinking back, is actually quite impressive how I managed to write so much of my code that it never actually needed to be a read-write lock. I was just using a read-write lock because like a borrow checker and Rust. So it's like, in reality there was no race condition, because it technically was, but like it would crash on the web when the race condition happened. I just like, it's really weird that like it was annoyingly hard to track down because I was unaware that it was even a race condition. Like I thought it was hitting this condition all the time, but it wasn't. It was just like very rarely colliding. Anyway, I completely forgot what I was doing now. Pipeline cache. I still don't understand why this pipeline is not getting made every frame. Shader impulse not available yet. Shader impulse. Like I don't get it. Like, am I doing something wrong? Why does this get unrendered every creating? My assumption is that the error, not shader impulse, not yet available. What is causing that? What is causing that? Yeah, I'm trying to make it so that you can just render solid colors, because usually like what I end up doing is just making a texture somewhere in here. I'm gonna put in assets. One of these folders is assets. So like you have your texture map, and it's like you just make a texture map that's like 16 by 16 pixels, and each pixel is a solid color, and it's like that's how you do solid colors. But I'm like, that's such a fucking pain in the ass if I just want to be like, I just want a grid of colors, like because I'm trying to make a voxel simulator, so like the idea is that different blocks are different colors, and I'm like, I just want to be able to assign a color. I don't want to have to go modify a texture every time, so I'm trying to add that, but fuck me, is it not playing nice. again, because I'm trying to do it properly, I could have just fucking hacked my way around and you know, just done it with a material or something like that. But I was like, I want to do it with a proper custom render pipeline and phase, and fucking I can't for the life of me get it to even like load. I don't even know what's going wrong. Shader impul's not yet available, and it's like, what do you mean shader impul's not yet available? I mean, it could be that this is happening too early. Load internal asset. Is it saying, maybe it's throwing the same error because again, like I'm actually, that's interesting. Again, I really should end the stream and pick it up tomorrow because I've got stuff to do tonight and it's getting late quick. I just want to see if it's possible that maybe, well, I can't exactly put it any later. Yeah, let's see. What could be happening is because I'm using the load internal, that it's trying to load data fragments that go back to main maybe. When do I put my Voxel? Wait, what? Doesn't even make sense. When do I load my game? My add plugin, Voxel game plugin, layer. Now, what? That doesn't make sense. When in Voxels, what? Wait, what? I'm gonna be really pissed if the reason it's not working. I can't. What? How does this even make fucking sense? Voxels. Oh, because it must be something else that's. It must be being added further into the application. That's what's going on. What? Why? What the fuck? Okay. Add plugin, Voxels plugin. When is this done? This is in the game plugin. Okay. We go here, fucking lib. We go lib. There. So game plugin. We go main. Now, when do we put the game plugin in? Game plugin. Can I? It's at the end. So the only thing I can think is that it's trying to load these shaders before they've finished loading, and shader impulse not yet available. That's the only thing I can think. But you do exactly the same thing, and you're literally working right now. So, what the fuck? How? How does that make it? What? They're identical shaders. I don't get it. I'm fucking. Is it because it's too high in the fucking thing? That'd be really weird. Possibly the fucking problem, but where is it? Down here somewhere. I doubt that's the problem. But so it's saying that the shader impulse are not available yet, which is a level of like, what do you mean? Because I'm pretty sure Bevy loads them all at startup. So oh, wait, what? That's even more confusing. Wait, what? What do you mean? The fuck? But nothing was binding to it. You literally. I have no fucking idea what's going on. Wait a second. It is complaining about this. That being too fucking far down, because now it's crashing here. which means it was crashing out here. Gonna murder you, you fucking piece of shit. Okay, so can I just comment out all the fragment stuff and just, yeah, just please return just, yeah, return whatever that color is. That is annoying as shit, but I think it's still going to crash because it's still going to hit that. Well, it's not going to crash. It's going to hit this and say that imports are not available. Wait, no. Okay. Okay. So my issue the entire time is for some reason import at the top of the file didn't work, but import further down the file fucking does. So anyway, it's working. I'm going to call the stream there because I'm really annoyed and I need to go out. So I will probably be streaming this again tomorrow and getting just as angry.